Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns. I am your host, Elise, and unfortunately, we're not starting trial today, okay? I was all prepared and ready, other than figuring out what I was going to eat for lunch, but I was all prepared and ready. But I'm happy to have the extra day because now I can wait for my chair, my cushion that goes on my chair. That's supposed to be here today. Woot woot. And my green screen. And I'll have one extra day to figure out clips for sidebar. So, I mean, pros and cons. But we lost one juror yesterday, but we also gained one juror yesterday. So we're still stuck at 16. So let's hope we can get the other two that we need to continue on and start, because I feel like if they don't get two today, you can probably bet that we won't start trial until next week. So let's hope that they get two today. That way we don't have to worry about trial not starting until next week, because I think we're all ready. You know, we've already had the anxiety about it. We've already we're ready at this point. I mean, I'm ready. Like, let's get this freaking show on the road, people. Like, let's freaking do this. Like, let's do it. But we lost one yesterday. I do think, though, since they're doing like due diligence when it comes to these jurors, like, I don't know. I feel like because they're doing their job, we're losing jurors, but we want that to happen. We want, not that we want to lose jurors, but we want them to make sure that if people are on that jury that are not supposed to be, or that are lying or aren't being honest, that they are booted off. So I feel like the amount of people who have been booted off is definitely, indicative of these people trying to sneak onto the jury that shouldn't have been. So I'm glad that they are doing their part when it comes to that. But I really want to get this show on the road. I think we all do at this point. And so now it's like, all right, are we going to get the other two that we need? I don't know. It's possible that we get two today. It's also possible that we don't, that we only get one like yesterday. So I don't know. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I didn't do my little morning spiel. I will do it right now. That ticker that I just put on the bottom of the screen. Good morning, Chris, my friend. I see you down there in chat. That ticker at the bottom of the screen there shows you the ways that you can donate to the channel. We don't have super stickers. We don't have super chats. We don't have memberships. FKR decided to attack my channel a while back, which paused my monetization. So then I had to wait 6 months to reapply. I have reapplied and now I am waiting. But in the meantime, the only way that my channel can take donations is those three options at the bottom of the screen, which are Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Also, you can just hit the like button. That helps too. And you can share the video. That also helps. So, I mean, they said 18. So I feel like they should go till they get to 20. But the court is saying 18. So, I mean, here's the thing. I want them to have the right amount, Opening statements were supposed to be Tuesday of this week. They were supposed to be today. So if we don't get, well, because I don't think there's going to be court on Friday. It's Good Friday. It's a holiday. So I feel like, right, if we don't get them today and we have to go into Wednesday, I don't know if they start opening statements on a Thursday, because Friday you wouldn't have court. So, and I hope that Bev wouldn't just be taking off Monday for no reason. The court doesn't have Monday off, so I don't know why it would be Tuesday of next week. It was supposed to be Tuesday of this week. So, I think, see, this is the problem, not having my thing yet. My thing yet. I also need a desk. I have a table, not a desk. It's not enough space, and so when I try to cross my leg, it bumps the table. It's a little more comfortable if I scoot myself, But I think they should go. No, we don't get Monday just because it's Easter. Nope. because Easter's on a Sunday. I mean, some people get Monday, but it's not like all around. It goes by like, employer basically. But sometimes if a holiday falls on a Sunday, you'll get that Monday off. But because it's a religious holiday, it's not the same as like a federal holiday. So you get Friday and Monday? Damn it. This is the part of like the UK that like, they make sense where they don't want people to work like 90 hours because their production is higher when people work like 30 to 40 and then go home. Like they don't want them working 80 because then they're tired and they make mistakes. Like, oh, I'm like, I'm going to Kim's house for this. Like she prepped meals and gosh dang, like I need to be doing what you're doing, Kim. Like I need to be doing all that. Like, yeah, I think government employees get the Monday, but I don't think it's like most other people still have to work, unfortunately. If the grand jury even wants to know if the grand jury, I know. I should just live in the UK, I guess, I'm going to talk about that motion. So, grand jury had the new information. If Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, would their ruling be different regarding witness intimidation? What do you mean? Their ruling. If the grand jury has new information, they'd be charged with a new crime. So it wouldn't, like, for instance, if Karen was charged with witness intimidation, it wouldn't be part of this trial. She'd have to have a different trial or plea out to that crime. Same thing with him. It would be a new crime. I mean, they would tack his probably on to the rest of what he has. But for Karen, I mean, and again, his lawyers can separate it. They can keep it together, whatever. But if they're charged, if Karen's charged, it's not going to be part of this trial. It would be a different trial. She would be charged with a new count of witness intimidation. So, I mean, none of the rulings when it comes to this case, I'm sorry, you guys, I have allergies and like I have that like tickle in my throat. I was outside in my yard yesterday after I was done with you guys, and boy, that pollen. Yeah, so we're going to talk about that motion. So I think a lot of people are confused about this motion that was filed yesterday, that Hank is going to play the statements, and that he's saying that, like, he's using her public statements in the trial, which we already kind of knew. But I think people are confused because I saw a lot of people saying like, oh, well, if there's an opposition, I hope we don't get one, but we're probably going to see an opposition from, they found no true bill last time. You can convene a new grand jury with more evidence at any point. So that grand jury was already dismissed. They can convene a new grand jury at any point, and I had heard whispers a while ago about a new grand jury already have been convened. So very well could be they could be sealed indictments for all we know, just waiting to be dropped. Just because a grand jury found no true bill the first time doesn't mean it can't be tried again. It absolutely can. You can try with a new grand jury with more evidence and try to get it again. So, oh, good. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate that, my friend. I will check that out after the live. But I want to just point out that there is not going to be an opposition to the motion from yesterday, because in that motion, Hank is saying that Karen's attorneys, and this is something I was telling you guys was brilliant of Hank to do because it cornered her attorneys. They had two choices. They could either stipulate to the fact that those interviews were real and true and agree that they don't need to argue about whether they're real or true, or her attorneys would have to get on the witness stand and testify to the fact, one or the other. And if they have to testify, guess what? They can't be Karen's attorneys if they're witnesses. So the only choice they had really was to stipulate to the fact that these interviews are real and true. And so as we saw in that motion yesterday, looks like they're going to stipulate to the fact that they're real and true. Imagine that one. Also, by the way, I totally wore my purple, mind you, purple, since, they don't seem to know the difference between blue and purple over in FKR land of the, planet Pluto. But today I decided I was going to wear 2 different color purples, a lighter purple on my eye and a darker purple. And one is called Powerful. Yep. One of them is called Powerful. So I thought that'd be amazing. Also, I know I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now, but today's t-shirt that I am wearing is brought to you by, of course, me. And it says, sometimes I have to remind myself that it's not worth the jail time. So I heard like a truck outside and I was like, ooh, is that my sweatshirt I ordered? It is not. I thought it was appropriate shirt. I have so many funny saying appropriate shirts for this kind of stuff. I'm just saying, like, but I was a little chilly, so I had to put a sweatshirt on. But there will not be an opposition because it looks like the defense is going to actually stipulate to the facts of that. So let's see, shall we? Shall we? Oh god, you have no idea. Like, I always just want to hug Peggy and Paul and, like, tell them, I mean, I know they know, but, like, tell them that everything will be okay and, like, justice is coming. It's on its way. Like, having patience isn't something that any family, like, in this scenario should have to have, especially when we've already had a trial, but I have patience, and I feel like we have just a little bit more that the justice is coming. So that's the kicker. So the motion for today, um, everything Karen says can be brought in. It's not hearsay. I've heard people say that too. It's because the defendant herself is saying it is not hearsay, does not apply as hearsay. I also have seen the sewer turtle and his girlfriend talking about how people telling Karen to tell the truth is witness intimidation and why doesn't she go to the police station? Yeah, no, not the way that it would apply to a defendant, you absolute geniuses. Clearly, you guys didn't even talk to your attorneys. If you did and they lied to you, you should probably fire them immediately, but you won't because you're stupid. But I'm just saying, you can't go to the courthouse and you can't go to the police station and file a police report because someone told you to tell the truth as a defendant. You're a defendant, not a witness, a defendant. But these people are so smart. I mean, they're better than everyone else, right? Like, they know what they're talking about, don't they? Like, at least that's what they tell everybody. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good day, Trina. You have a great day at work, Christina. We will miss you, though, but have a good day. You can do the replay crew. We're totally here for that, you know? Jesse said, I know we can't depend on the news, but I watched Canton Confidential and they said now the Commonwealth can hold Karen responsible for what she said in the documentaries. They already could. It wasn't hearsay. They already could. Bringing it in. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there was ever a chance it wasn't going to be brought in. She said it. Her attorneys aren't going to have a choice but to either stipulate to it or testify. So, I mean, I can't watch Canton Confidential because they have people like Sue on who lied, right? I mean, and then we had to call her out on it to get her to admit that she never even laid eyes on us. But you're going to talk about why we were there? You have no idea what. We told the entire media why we were there when they asked. We were very upfront when we went for the first protest. I streamed the entire thing, Sue. So for the statements that she made, she never even laid eyes on us that day. And then she had these very bold statements to make about why we were there. Well, here's the thing, Sue. If you had walked over like the rest of the media, we talked to the rest of the media. You were nowhere to be found. So you can't make statements about people that are completely false. But then, see, the thing, we called her out on social media and she had to admit that no, she never laid eyes on us and she had no idea why we were there. She just assumed. Free Karen Reed told her we were just there to agitate. So, I mean, that must be why. It's amazing to me. Is it really? Barb said today is Military Family Day. The suggested color is purple. Purple is also for overdose awareness. And I have lost quite a few people. I'm sure most people have now with the epidemic. Quite a few people to overdose. So, I mean, I guess that'd be a really good reason to wear purple. I called this shade of purple blurple because it is kind of a bluey purple, but it's called blurple. I had a very beautiful pearl ring that I drilled and I set into jewelry because I, do that on the side. And it was a wonderful color blurple, this darker color I have here on my inner eye, this beautiful color. And it was very vibrant. Sometimes I feel like praying and just saying it's okay is never going to be enough, for them. But it's all we can do, really. Most of them know they can, reach out if they need anything from us. And we're here to help support them in any way that we can. No, yeah, nothing. Nothing she said is off the tables. It never was, because it's not hearsay, because she said it. She knew that when she said it. Yeah, the new raffle that they're doing is like Alan Jackson cooking them dinner or something. Like, cool. They're running out of ideas, I guess. Oh, is he doing it right now? I mean, that's what he usually does, but, like, is he totally doing it right this minute? Like, God, if you comment against him and say mean things, like he does to everybody else on every other day of the week, it's witness intimidation. It's not witness intimidation. He's an idiot. Guess what, Sewer Turtle? I can say that you're an idiot. I can say that you shoot yourself in the foot. I can say that you're a liar. You're a giant piece of human garbage. You're a waste of oxygen. People in your life deserve better. You've burned anything you've ever touched in your life with your lies and deceits. You're just a terrible human being in general. And that eventually you'll end up in jail for all the crimes you've committed that you think that you've got away with thus far. And guess what? That's not witness intimidation. It's the truth, sir. It's called the truth. And my opinion is that you are a giant piece of human garbage that is a waste of oxygen. So, put that in your juice box and suck it, pal. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you really need to learn what witness intimidation is. Literally a waste of everybody else's space and oxygen. You're literally stealing other people's oxygen, good people's oxygen, mind you. I don't understand. It's not even like, just not even her attorneys, his attorneys too. Like, do a better job. Do a better effing job. Like, your clients don't know how to take their right to shut the fuck up. And I don't like to swear a ton anymore on my show. I mean, I will tell you that, like, yes, some people don't like swearing, but I'm from Boston and the F-bombs do fly sometimes. So I try not to as much as I used to, but you should always take your right to shut the fuck up. And neither one of them have. So, yeah, that broke my heart. And that happened right after she testified. She was friggin' harassed into oblivion. Harassed. She had to take a leave of absence from her job because people were calling there. They would not leave her alone. Like, what is wrong with you? Well, here's the kicker to that, girl with an eagle eye. They can't. The judge made them sign something about ineffective counsel. And I'm sure she, made them sign it again in this trial for decisions that they made. So decisions they made in the first trial, they certainly can't. She can't go back and say ineffective counsel. And I believe they'll do the same thing here, because some of the decisions that they're making, I feel like, could be purposeful to trigger an appeal, knowing that she's probably going to lose. Problem with that is that she's never going to win an appeal. So it doesn't matter. Like, it just doesn't. Like, good morning, Shamina. It is it? It is, right? It is tax. It's the last tax day, people. Remember that. It's the 15th. I mean, most people who do appeals do try ineffective counsel, but I do know that there are some things that she cannot use it for because she signed a waiver. So that sucks for her. Right? Win a raffle of a night of Alessi reading you encyclopedia books to put you to sleep. It's the next one they're going to do, I know, right? I'm just saying, I mean, well, I mean, I didn't see anything that was put in that was, like, formally asking for him to not be sequestered. But I think if she was gonna say he wasn't gonna be sequestered, she would have already done so, to be honest. So I don't see him not being sequestered. There's no reason she wouldn't have already said that. She doesn't have to do anything until he is ready to be a witness, to be honest. So, I mean, she could sit on that for the entire trial if he was the last person to testify for the Commonwealth, Oh, well, then freak answered it. So there you go, right? Like, no worries, Ash. You're driving? Where are you going? I didn't even get coffee this morning because you have to, like, order it. And that costs money. And it's expensive. Like, why is DoorDash so expensive? Like, why DoorDash? Why? Explain to me. Just why? Judge Janine Fox was promoting her new special this morning and mentioned TV is out harassing witnesses. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. That is interesting. Good morning, Scorpio. I hope you had a wonderful birthday. I know, right? It's like a $50 like buy-in, I think, for that too. Like, for the low price of $49.99, you too can have a chance to dinner with Harvey Weinstein's BFF. Disclaimer: all winners were already pre-selected from Karen's inner circle. They probably were. That's the kicker. Like, clearly the people that win are always the same, you know what I mean, in the same circle of people. So it's not a shock. It's not just like a random person. They are definitely going for jury nullification, And I do believe that there were some very incriminating statements that she made that she never probably thought would see the light of day because they didn't in the first trial. So she wasn't very careful the second time around. Yeah, definitely would do it again for sure. Like, I know, I'm sorry. Right? I should have a jar. That would be smart, right? For all of us every time we swore. April 10th. We're past the 10th though. No, it was much broader than ARCA payments. There was a waiver in the first trial about specific things her attorneys did that she would not be able to claim ineffective counsel for. So I have no doubt that the judge will again do the same thing here. To be asked not to be sequestered in a motion, his lawyer wrote a few weeks ago. Well, I know that he said, like, oh, he's going to plead the fifth, but that's not really asking to not be sequestered. That's just basically saying, like, hey, he's going to plead the fifth if he gets up there. Okay, cool. They can still make him get up there, even in a voir dire, and plead the fifth, but they don't have to make him do anything until he gets closer to the time he's actually supposed to testify. So they could still keep him out by just sitting on that for a very long time. Ooh, I love pictures. I hope they put her underneath the jail. Like, lock her up, put her in the dungeon of the jail, and leave her there forever. Like, we did work on a major project yesterday, so we would love some serious prayer circles here that it will happen the way it's supposed to. So let's get some prayers on that. Got done yesterday. And we can't exactly tell you guys exactly what it is, but I can tell you that it's pretty big if it works the way it's supposed to, that it's successful. So we got this. We got this. Morning, Suzanne. Yes, they are trying for more jurors. Speaking of which, hold on. Get this up here because I wasn't paying attention at the time. And it is still not freaking on. Amazing. What are they waiting for here? Well, it's amazing to me that it's still not on. I have it muted, but what in the actual hell? Yep, that's what we need. We need just lots of prayers that it works the way it's supposed to. Oh, it was put in on the 10th. Yeah, Voss just put in one to be exempt from sequestration as well. But here's the tricky part. If they exempt Voss this time, like they did last time, I think it was warranted because there was not really much that they, really needed her to be sequestered for. But if they give it to her this time, then, he has a better argument on why they should give it to him. Realistically, they should both be told to pound sand. So, right. He can enter the courtroom for his own cases, but for this one, he needs to stay the F away. F away. What they hope to gain, really, honestly, with the SJC, Eva, really, it was just a publicity stunt. They knew damn well they were never gonna win anything with the SJC, SCOTUS, or anywhere else. They knew that it was more than a Hail Mary. This was really mostly to just rile up the base that they have and tell them, "Oh my god, what a horrible thing that has happened to our client. We need all your support because we're going all the way to the Supreme Court. SCOTUS is going to listen to us. They are. We're just got to get it there." And of course, SCOTUS is not going to take this case. There's about 0% chance SCOTUS ever takes this case. They have not yet to take this case. The precedent is there. The legal precedent is there. So there's no reason, none on planet Earth, that they would take it. Like, there's no like legal question that needs to be answered when it comes to this. And so that's like the problem is like usually they ask, like themselves, like, is there something that needs to be answered legally that's not answered? You know what I mean? And there isn't, not in this case. There just isn't. So there's no reason for them to take it on. Nor did I ever think they would take it on. There's just no reason on planet Earth for them to have to do so. So I think it was really just more of a PR stunt, to be honest. Like, that's another thing. Like, yeah, we in like part one of a few. So it's beyond distracting. It's obnoxious. Like, thank you, Jesse. We appreciate it. We'll give you guys updates when we can on it, Yeah, no, they don't. They, at the end of the day, an officer was killed and somebody doesn't want to take responsibility, which is sad. Oh, I did not see that one, but that's very interesting, Pamela. Did anybody else see this one Pamela's talking about? She said, anybody watch the series Betty Broderick? She had a hung jury the first trial, and then she did interviews, and they convicted her with her own words, said in those interviews on the second trial. Like, that's interesting, right? The Albert's Delicious Pizza. The Supreme Judicial Court, Anna, that's what the SJC is. Influence the Supreme Court. We're all in on it. That's what they say. They say we're all in on it. I wonder if Hank will be able to show the text of Karen saying she doesn't want to put her case in the hands of 12 people too stupid to get out of jury duty. It's a good question. I feel like, they were texts with him, technically. So we might very well see those. Oh, he's definitely tanking, and he knows he is. That's why he's like going off on a tangent every day and freaking out on people on his own side, and he's losing it. Yeah, especially if they end up Cody's the co-defendant. Oh yeah, well that's the thing. There's if they were overcharging her, like they don't need to prove intent for murder too in Massachusetts. Like, let's all remember that. Like, yeah, they are definitely taking their sweet ass time today, Jesse, which is like, what the hell? Hey girl, it's my friend Karen. Hello, Karen. I think they need to hurry the hell up. It's 9:42. What the actual F are they doing? Like, well, that's the thing. Karen thought she was smart, right? She sent the sewer turtle over to ask Jen if she thought she could outsmart Karen Reed. Nobody needs to outsmart anyone because the truth is the truth. So why does Karen need to outsmart anyone? That should have been a red flag right then and there, Like, FBI DOJ says, ironic that killer Karen assumed that Proctor's bad words would hand her an acquittal, and now her own words will convict her. She should get the maximum sentence for everything she has done to others. I believe she should get the maximum sentence, and I do believe in my heart of hearts that the judge is going to throw the book at her if she is found guilty on these charges. Can somebody send me that one? I did not see that one. That one must be from this morning. I saw the one from yesterday, but I did not see that one. Because we can go over that. I can read it, and then Lisa said, do you guys see the motion? He is going to use Karen's statements in the openings and graph charts. I love that he's using charts. I freaking love that. Like, I just absolutely 100% heart love that. each. So the max is life, as far as I know. I think it's 20 plus years. I mean, which is life for her. She's in her 40s. I mean, she'd be close to 70 if she got parole after that. But she's also charged with 3 charges. Most of the time, they run them concurrently, not on and after. So what the difference is concurrently means, say she's charged with these. Thank you, freak, with these 3 charges, right? Say she's found guilty on all 3 charges and she gets 20 years, 10 years, and 10 years, right? Just for shits and giggles. She gets 20, 10, and 10. So that's 40 years, right? Usually, at least in Massachusetts, they run them concurrently, which means together. So the first, they won't run them on and after, which would mean she'd do the 20 and then the 10 and then the 10, or 10 and 10 and then 20. She would just, it would be on and that's on and after. Concurrently, as they're all run together. So while she's doing the 20, she'd be, but wouldn't be after the 20 during. Yeah, the Commonwealth goes first. No openings today, as far as I know. They would have started at thank you, law review. They're still doing jury today. Oh, I would love to see that. That'd be great, but I doubt it'll happen. Yeah, second degree is life, I believe. This is my testimony. I want him to play that. This is my testimony. Not until after she served the minimum or whatever it is on her sentence, so 20.
Jurors, can I get you to raise your right hand?
Maybe
this way to make true answers to such questions as you put forth by the court.
Or so, possibly.
Thank you. You can have a seat. May I call the case, Your Honor?
Please.
Judge, this is 2282 CR117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves?
16 still, Shamina.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Leslie on behalf of the 3.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti.
Good morning, Your Honor. Victoria George for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. George. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, good morning, jurors. My name is Beverly Cannoni. I'm a judge of this court, and I want to welcome you here today and give you some idea on how we think your day is going to shape up. As you've heard, we're impaneling a criminal case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. But before we begin, I want to thank you for your service here today and for your patience. Jury service is certainly one of the most important duties we have as citizens, and we simply couldn't work without you. The system would fail. So we really appreciate that you're here, ready, willing, and able to serve if called upon to do so. Now, in this case, the Commonwealth alleges that at approximately 6 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the Canton Police Department received a 911 call reporting an unresponsive male party in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road in that town. Officers responded and discovered the man, later identified as John O'Keefe, off the roadway in the front lawn area. Officers identified 3 women with Mr. O'Keefe, one of whom was the defendant, Karen Reed, the girlfriend of Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant had been with Mr. O'Keefe the previous evening at 2 different bars in Canton and had driven with him to his residence in the early morning hours of this date. Mr. O'Keefe was treated by paramedics from the Canton Fire Department and transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where he subsequently was pronounced deceased. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle earlier that morning and then left the scene while Mr. O'Keefe lay injured in the snow during a blizzard. Ms. Reed denies these allegations. She is presumed to be innocent and has pled not guilty. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. The defendant is also charged with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death.
Never does. She never acknowledges the
I'll
judge.
describe these crimes in greater detail at the end of the case when I teach the jury the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. There are various ways in which the Commonwealth can prove a murder case, and the Commonwealth is permitted to proceed under all theories it believes it can prove. Here, the Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder and that murder was murder in the second degree. In order to prove Ms. Reed guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, involuntary manslaughter is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, at the outset, I would like to address the issue of public interest in this case and the duty of this court to adhere to the rule of law. John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that in the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all in this case. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. The jurors selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. They will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, they will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, the jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this criminal trial will be decided by an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So while public comment will likely continue, the rule of law will be upheld. In order to determine your eligibility to serve on this case, I'm going to ask you a series of questions as a group, and then I'm going to ask you to fill out a supplemental questionnaire. We have found that the use of this questionnaire is helpful for several reasons. First, there are some personal questions on it, and we ask that you be candid. In addition, the process of filling out the questionnaire provides the opportunity to be more reflective as you answer the questions, rather than being put on the spot and asked to give immediate answers. After you fill out the questionnaire, we will have each one of you come up to the sidebar one at a time so that we can follow up with you on your answers to that questionnaire and to my questions. I want to thank you in advance for your patience as we go through this process. As you may know, the lawyers for the parties participate in the selection of the jury. Under our law, each of the parties has the right to exercise what we call juror challenges. This means that each party has the right to challenge a certain number of prospective jurors for any reason or for no reason at all. Therefore, some of you will be excused during the impanelment procedure. If you're not selected for jury service on this case, please don't take it personally. Don't think that somehow you're not a fair person. It's not a reflection on you at all. You will be directed back to the jury room and perhaps picked on another case. In a few minutes, I'll pose a number of questions to you as a group, and you've taken a note that requires you to truthfully answer those questions and all questions posed to you. I'm not going to ask you to take out your juror cards yet. I'll ask you to do that at a later time. But if your answer is yes to any of the questions that I ask, at that time, I'll ask you to raise your hand and you'll hold up your juror card in the air with the numbers facing out so that the court officer can read it. The fact that you answer yes to one of my questions does not mean that you're automatically disqualified from jury service. It simply means that there are matters that the lawyers and I need to discuss with you at sidebar. If you find a question posed to the group overly intrusive, you may elect to answer that at sidebar as well. I will have additional questions for you which relate to the issues that may be raised in the trial and are designed to give us information regarding your ability to serve as a fair and impartial juror, and the lawyers are permitted to ask you questions for the same purpose. This is not a test. There is no right or wrong answer. We're simply looking for your best and honest answer to the question. I'm now going to ask the lawyers to introduce you, and I'm going to ask counsel for Ms. Reed to introduce your client.
Counsel
May I, Your Honor?
Please.
for Miss Reed, not Miss Reed herself. Counsel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hank Brennan.
Anyway,
I represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I appreciate you being here. I'd like you to meet my colleagues.
good catch, Grave.
Laura Laughlin, I'm an assistant district attorney for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. I thank you for being here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Lally.
Lally.
From Norfolk County Attorney's Office. I just want to thank you again for your time and attention today.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Jackson. I have the honor and privilege of representing Ms. Karen Reed, who's standing to my right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elizabeth Little, and I also have the honor of representing.
Good morning, my name is Robert Alessi. Thank you for being here today. I have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning. My name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney. I have offices
Offices.
in Boston and right here in Dedham, and it is truly my pleasure to represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria George, and I also have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, I'm Karen Reed.
Once
All
again,
right, thank you.
she asks.
Jurors, I'm going to read you a witness list.
They just
It's
ignore
very
the
long.
judge. The
It does
judge
not
says the
mean that every
counsel.
person whose name I called will be called as a witness.
Counsel.
It
We'll introduce
means
her.
that
I asked
some of
counsel.
the folks whose names are on
Ignoring
this
that.
list are just people you may hear about during the trial. I'd ask that you pay close attention to these names
I watch.
because
I watch them
in a
like
little
hawk,
while,
too.
I'm going to ask you folks if you know any of these people. The list is alphabetical, but it's alphabetical by first name.
Oh, okay. I
Aiden
asked.
Kearney,
Does
who
she
is
not
from
read? That makes
Jefferson,
sense.
Mass. Dr. Azek or
What do you think
Isaac
about him?
Wolf from South Miami, Florida.
Oh, Roman
Alfredo
Emperor.
Lopalato from Canton, Allison McCabe, Canton, Andre
Exactly,
Porto
Barb.
from the Massachusetts State Police
Exactly.
Crime Lab,
Me too, Emily.
Andrew Klain from Bridgewater,
Oh, these
Andrew
comments are going too
Rentschler,
fast.
who's a
I forgot all of them.
PhD from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Angela Malvone from Canton,
Me
Annie
too.
Chung from Canton, Anthony Flamati, who is with the Canton Fire Department, Ashley Bell from Canton, Ashley Valier from
She doesn't want to
the
call them
State
out in front of the
Police Crime
jury
Lab,
and
Brian Albert,
bias the jury
Norwood,
against
Brian
them.
Albert
That's why.
Jr., Boston, Brian Higgins, Sandwich,
But she should
Brian
still say
Loughran
something
from
when the jury
Canton,
is in the room anymore.
Brian Wanless, who is retired from the Canton
Wanless!
Police Department, Bridget Meehan, who is keeper of the records in Canton, Caitlin Albert, Easton, Lieutenant Charles Ray from the Canton
keeps
Police
doing it.
Department, the Chief of the Canton Police Department, Helena Rafferty,
I know you can't even see her.
Chris Van E., who is a PhD from Novi, Michigan,
Still trying to make fetch
Christina
happen.
Hanley from the Mass State Police, Christopher Albert, Canton,
Nuts.
Christopher Curran, Canton, Colleen Crawford from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office,
Super cringe.
Colin Albert, Canton, Courtney Proctor, Canton, Kurt Roberts, Canton, Daniel Whitley from
Killer
the Canton
Lush.
Fire Department, Daniel Wolf, who is a PhD from Penns Park, Pennsylvania,
I
Derek
agree.
Ellington from
She's
Wake
not tough
Forest,
enough.
North Carolina, Dr. Marie Russell
Sylvie.
from Los Angeles, Dr.
Navi.
Elizabeth Loposada, who is from Providence, Elizabeth Proctor, Canton, Eric Hanlon, Canton, Erin Beatty,
I just
Canton,
wish there was another
Erin
judge
O'Keefe
to like
from West Bridgewater,
not allow them to get
Francis
away with the
Walsh
shit
from
that
the
they get
Canton
away
Fire
with.
Department,
You know,
Garrett Wing from Green Cove Springs, Florida,
she needs to learn how to stop
Gary
allowing this
Fowler
shit in her
from
courtroom.
Brockton, Gregory Woodbury from the Canton Fire Department, Gretchen Voss, Boston, Hannah Knowles from the State Police Crime Lab, Heather Maxon from Walpole, Erabito Hernandez from the Boston Police Department, Holly Price from Mountain View, California, Ian Whiffen from Vienna, Virginia,
Look into it for you. I
Dr.
didn't hear.
Irene
Wake Forest.
Bello,
Hello.
who is with the
Cordy Bello.
Chief Medical Examiner's
Ladies are
Office in
Looney Tunes.
Massachusetts,
I'm just
James
not a fan of
Crosby, who
her.
is a PhD from Jacksonville, Florida, Janet Reed from Dayton, Jason Becker from the Canton Fire Department, Jean Demoulas from Canton, Jennifer McCabe,
Oh,
Canton, Jessica Hyde from Bridgeport, New
You're
York.
right. I didn't hear them.
John O'Keefe Sr., who
Oh,
lives in
that's
Braintree.
John O'Keefe
Judson
Sr.
Welcher, who's a PhD with a company called Aperture LLC. Julie Albert, Canton. Julie Nagel, Canton. Dr. Justin Rice from South Weymouth. There are 2 juveniles who may be witnesses in this case. They both are from Canton, and the first one's initials are KF, and the second one's initials are PF.
Exactly why he does it.
Caitlin Boudreau from Raynham, Karina Kolakithis,
Morning,
Canton,
TP2.
Katie Camerano, Canton, Katie McLaughlin from the Canton Fire Department.
Yeah, no, it never guarantees parole.
Keeper of the records for Ring from Hawthorne, California. Kerry Curran, Canton, Kerry Roberts, Canton, Kevin Albert, Canton, Kevin O'Hara from the Mass State Police, Lance Mello from the State Police Crime Lab, Laura Sullivan, Pembroke, Laurie Cahill, Worcester, Leslie Pearlstein, Canton, Lieutenant Michael Lank from the Canton Police Department, Louis Jutras, Canton, Lieutenant Brian Tully and Lieutenant John Fanning, both from the Massachusetts State Police, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Canton Police Department, Maggie Gaffney from Bonita Springs, Florida, Mark Lopalato from Canton, Margaret O'Keefe from Canton, Marietta Sullivan, Pembroke, Mary Souza, Dayton, Matthew Amory, Canton, Matthew DeSogra from Charlotte, North Carolina, Matthew Erickson from Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, Matthew Kelly from the Canton Fire Department, Matthew Kelsch from the FBI, Matthew McCabe, Canton, Maureen Harnett from the State Police Crime Lab, Megan Mariani from New York, New York, Michael Camerano, Canton, Michael Easter, Los Angeles, Michael Trotter from the Canton Public Works Department,
Hold on one second,
Michael
guys.
Wagner, Foxborough, Mike Meroli, from Bridgewater, Mike Rushworth from Thompson Station, Tennessee, Natalie Wyweek Berschneider from San Marino, California, Nathan Reed, Raynham, Nicholas Bradford, Lorton, Virginia, Nicholas Curran, West Roxbury, Nicholas Kolakithis, Canton, Nicole Albert, Norwood, Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey, Officer Kelly Deaver from the Boston Police Department, Officer Nicholas Barrows from the Dayton Police Department, Patrick Haggerty, Somerset, Paul Makowski from Melrose, Paul O'Keefe from Canton, Rebecca Bazin, Canton, Rebecca Trayers from Norfolk, Dr. Renee Stonebridge, who is also from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Richard Green, St. Pete Beach, Florida, Richard Donatino from Canton, Robert Gilman from Hull, Ryan Nagel, Canton, Sarah Levinson, Canton, Sergeant Brian Gallerini from the Needham Police Department, Sergeant Sean Good from the Canton Police Department, Sergeant Paul D. Giampetro, Canton Police Department, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan from the Mass State Police, Shannon Burgess from South Lake, Texas, Cheryl Waugh from Canton, Sophie Herzan from the State Police Crime Lab, Stephanie Devlin, also from the Crime Lab, Stephen Mullaney, Canton Police Department, Steve Nelson from the Norfolk County DA's office, Stephen Bernstein, who is a keeper of the records in Stoughton, Stephen Ridge, Boston Police Department, Stephen Seraph, Canton Police Department, Stephen Scanlon, West Roxbury, Terry Kuhn, who is from Davis, California, Tess Chart from Lorton, Virginia, Thomas Beatty from Canton, Thomas Kelleher, Canton, Thomas Martin, Weymouth, Timothy Nuttall from the Canton Fire Department, Tristan Morris from Easton. The following are Massachusetts State Police troopers: Trooper Connor Keefe, Trooper David DeChico, Trooper Evan Brent, Trooper Jeffrey Kuskowski, Trooper Joseph Paul, Trooper Kathleen Prince, Trooper Michael Proctor, Trooper Nicholas Garino, Trooper Zachary Clark, Wendell Robery from Canton, and William Reed from North Dayton, Mass. So there are a lot of witnesses, so you know that this is going to be a long trial. We're in the process of impaneling a jury. We began a while ago and we're getting close. So I don't know when we will get a jury, but once we get a jury, when we start the evidence, I am told by the lawyers that the evidence is expected to take 6 to 8 weeks. After that, you'll hear the lawyers on closing arguments. I will instruct you on the law, and the jury will begin deliberations. And the jury can deliberate for as long as they need to deliberate. So that's our schedule, our time schedule. It is a good faith estimate. Sometimes cases go longer, sometimes they're shorter. What I can tell you is at every jury trial, at the end of the day, I tell the jurors whether we are on track, whether we are ahead of schedule, or whether we're behind schedule. And I have not had to say that we are behind schedule, I think, ever. So we make every effort to make the best use of your time because we know how important your time is to you. The daily schedule will be that we'll start at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll take a break for about 15 or 20 minutes, sometime around 11 o'clock. Then we'll break for lunch sometime around 1 o'clock. Lunch will be brought in for you folks every day. Again, it's an effort to make efficient use of your time so you don't have to walk down to the center and come back. The luncheon break will be about 30, 40 minutes each day, and then we'll go until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If we go any later, I always ask the jury if it's okay with them if we go later. So the latest we would go would be 4:30 if we wanted to finish up a witness. So that's our schedule. There will be a few days and few half days in there sprinkled throughout, and I'll give those dates to the seated jurors at the time. So that's the schedule we'll be working from. Now, it might help if I give you a preview now about some basic law that applies to criminal cases like this. It's my job to teach the jury the law at the end of the case, but for now, I'll give you a very brief summary of some very important constitutional principles that will govern this trial. First, and most basically, Ms. Reed starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is simply a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. An indictment is a formal manner of bringing a case of a person accused of a crime before the Superior Court in this case, but it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. Another important principle of law is that the defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that she is guilty. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the jury, "You accuse me, now you prove it, and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. I do not have to say a word." A defendant's decision whether or not to testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. The jury must not consider it in any way or even discuss it at all in their deliberations. Jurors in a criminal case must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. That brings me to the requirement of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in a case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I am sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. And finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, I know that some of this may be confusing, and perhaps all of it's confusing at this early stage. Please don't worry about it, because you'll be in a better position to understand this at the end of the case when you've heard the evidence and when I can explain the law in detail. So don't be worried if you didn't catch everything I've said. Why am I telling you these things now? Because we need to know if you are able to follow the law in this case. You don't necessarily have to agree with the law, but all jurors will have to apply the law as I describe it to you. So for jury selection, it's important to know if any of you might have some doubts whether you can accept and follow these legal principles. So now's a good time to take out your card, because I'm going to start asking you questions in a minute. So if your answer is yes to any question, I'd ask that you raise your hand. But before we begin, I understand that sometimes jurors do not fill out the questionnaires completely. Sometimes we're just in a hurry to get those forms back in, or we think that our situation doesn't apply to the question being asked, or sometimes we simply forget to put something on there. If the lawyers or I see that there's something that's missing, we will ask you. But if you're sitting here now and you realize that you maybe didn't include prior work history or prior involvement with the courts as a defendant in a criminal case, as a witness to a case, as a juror, anything that you know that you didn't include, I would ask that you tell us at sidebar. And if we see something, what happens with some frequency is people forget to put their age on there. We have to ask you because we have to keep a record. All right, so my first question. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with any of the witnesses? If so, please raise your hand.
1083 1108
1127 1115
1122 1086 1114 1093 1100.
Thank you. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with any of the lawyers or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? If so, please raise your hand.
1100 1114 1086 1108.
Thank you. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member have any financial or other personal interest whatsoever in this case or its outcome? I see no affirmative responses. I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if you have seen, heard, or read or talked about this case.
One 1136 1198 1098. My apologies. 1068 1090 1120 1082 1109 1138 1075 1108 1125 1063 1091 1134 1087 1131 1102 1106 1137 1083 1088 1079 1097 1123 1122 1080 1086 1114 1092 1072 1141 1139 1093 1140 1066
1107 1085 1127
Almost all of them.
1119 1115
Yeah, Patty.
1112 1121 1096.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you have formed or expressed an opinion in this case.
1136 1098 1068 1090 1120 1082
Bingo.
1109
That too, Jen. She can't help herself. The smugness she can't help.
1075
She'll be doing it.
1108 1063 1131 and 1083 1097 1122 1086 1072 1093 1140 1066
That whole staring at the computer and doing all that.
1090
things her lawyer is supposed to be doing is not a good look for her. It won't be a good look on the jury either for her. She doesn't seem to understand that, though.
11211096.
You can see the computer screen.
Thank you. Are any of you folks aware of any bias or prejudice that you may have in regard to this case or in favor of or against either of the parties? If so, please raise your hand now.
1131, 1120, 1068,
It's not looking promising for today, guys.
1108, 1097, 1093, 1140,
1085.
Yep, her smugness. It's a bad look. Less than 10 people? Fuck out of here. Liars.
Do any of you folks have any difficulty hearing or any problem with understanding the English language, any physical or mental condition, or any religious or philosophical beliefs
Yeah,
that
that
would
pissed me off.
interfere
You
with
know
your
more than
ability
10
to
people have
hear the evidence in this case,
bias.
to
Come on.
understand the evidence, to concentrate during the trial, or to deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict? If so, please raise your hand.
1068, 1073, 1142.
Like that's going to help her in any way. They can't
Could
nod
you
it.
say that one again?
Last one,
Yes,
1078,
thank you.
1103,
It is. Amber.
1129.
Thank you.
Oh, she's definitely a fangirl, as we know.
Do any of you folks have any difficulty understanding or following those very important constitutional rights that I told you about? First, that the burden of proof rests entirely with the Commonwealth.
Exactly, Aurora.
Second, that
Hey, hard
burden
star.
of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And third, that the defendant has absolutely no burden. She doesn't have to testify. She doesn't have to put on any evidence. All she needs to do is show up for the trial. Is there anyone that would have any difficulty applying those very important constitutional principles? I see no affirmative responses. I can tell you folks that after every jury trial, I go in and I talk to the jurors. And though they may not have been thrilled about having jury duty when they walked in for the first time, by the end of the trial, there have been people on every single jury that have told me that they found their experience to be an interesting one. And many people have told me that they've also found it to be a rewarding one.
Exactly,
But I
Francis.
do understand that for some of you sitting on this jury could be a substantial hardship. And let me tell you what I mean by that. Every civic duty we have causes us to be inconvenienced. What we're talking about here is something much greater. It means that it's something personal to you. That means that I excuse you and the person next to you has to take your spot. I generally think of it in terms of you have airline tickets or surgery scheduled for the time that we will be on trial. But I will hear from anyone who thinks they have a substantial hardship. If that's you, please raise your hand.
Oh my God, yeah, that would be great.
1098, 1131, 1073.
That would be great.
1134, 1090, 1091, 1109, 1063, 1070.
Yeah, she does mumble. Look at
1075, 1108, 1083, 1092.
you guys could get on a flight together and come visit from the UK.
1072, 1141, 1139, 1093, 1111, 1066, 1140.
It's definitely a way to poison the jury pool.
1115. 11.
She looks annoyed, confused.
Right, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, she did, definitely.
I am going to leave the bench in a minute to give you a chance to fill out those supplemental questionnaires
Mine
that
are
will be
horrible,
provided.
Kix.
I'd ask that you
Horrible.
not talk to anybody about those questionnaires, that you don't talk about your answers, you don't talk about any questions or concerns that you might have about
Yep,
jury
that
duty,
Botox.
either in general or in particular to this case. If you have any questions or concerns, please bring them up when you come to see me. Again, I
Oh,
thank you
thank
for your
you.
patience. We'll see you in a while.
All rise for the court, please.
Damn it. Am I a psychopath then? I have less wrinkles in my, I mean, I have wrinkles in my forehead, but not a ton. I mean, I don't have a ton of wrinkles all around, but like, I would like them to stay away. Stay away, wrinkles. Whoa. Okay. Goodbye. That was unnecessary. Okay. My ears, that was totally unfreaking necessary. Thank you very much, court. There was no need for all that beeping, you jerks. Oh my God. That was unnecessary. Yes. Freak is from the UK as well. So you guys could totally hop on a plane together for that party, because that party is happening, just so we know. Like, totally unfucking necessary. That was my goddamn eardrums. Totally okay. I mean, some people just want to see like what he's going to say when it comes to the lawyer, you know what I mean? Like, and then they realize like what he says is not actually indicative of what's actually happening in the real world. So then they click off because they can't stand listening to crap that they know isn't true. So, but there's a ton of people that go over and try to attempt to listen to some of the other, law tubers to see if they're actually going to give out real pieces of evidence and real facts, or if they're going to spin things on behalf of the defense. And, most of the time it's a spin on behalf of the defense, but, people still listen. So, all right, I have the motion from this morning. Right? Party would start at the airport, totally. Like, there's quite a few of you from the UK, which I love, which I freaking love. But there's quite a few of you. All right, let's see. I have sorry, I had it up on my thing here. All right. So, here it is. Of course he was, because he don't want you guys to see that part of the key evidence. So why would you fast forward through key evidence? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not really I don't even fast forward through like defense lies. Everybody should hear everything, All right, so Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Commonwealth's motion for notice of any visual aids, potential exhibits, or potential chalks that will be displayed to the jury during opening statements. All right. The Commonwealth notifies the court that it intends to introduce recorded statements of the defendant in its opening statement and will produce a copy of the recorded statements to the court in advance of opening statements for a ruling on admissibility. Further, if allowed, the recordings should be marked for identification so a complete record is made of all items shown to jurors in the courtroom during trial. Additionally, the Commonwealth moves for an order that the defense identify in advance any visual aids, potential exhibits, or potential chalks the defendant intends to use during opening statements. And this was this morning from Hank Brennan. So interesting. So it says recorded statements, but I guess that could be anything. I wonder if he uses it in opening statements, the one about the jurors. I wonder. I mean, that'd be a good one to show the jurors right off the rip. Like, oh, she thinks you 12 people are too stupid to decide. It's not a good foot to step off on. I can't wait for opening statements. They're going to be so good. Like, I have no idea how many lawyer has, or Emily D. Baker, but I do know that Emily D. Baker makes like 200 over 200K on YouTube, and that's why she quit being a lawyer. She did like an article on it, and I read the article. But I know that he has quite a few, and mostly it's just for the grift for these people, unfortunately. None of them would do what I do for the amount of time that I do it. I promise you that. Especially like when I shut this computer off, my day of this case is not over. People like Ashley and people who know me and know the things that I'm working on, things I'm doing, know this. I don't just stop working when I press the button and I am not live, you know. The 400 plus hours was allowed of her interviews, as far as I understand it. She didn't deny chalks. It was, you're supposed to tell the court if you're going to have chalks ahead of time, not just bring them in like the defense did. And that's why she made them put the chalks down, because they were trying to bombard the court with chalks that they didn't tell the court they were going to use. And it wasn't during trial, it was a pre-trial. So chalks are visuals. They absolutely, but she already said they could use chalks. So I think this is more just about the recorded statements Karen made, not necessarily about the chalks, because she already said that they could use chalks. Brennan and the defense have said that they're going to use chalks in their case, and she's already said that they could. So I don't know of any judges that usually stop people from using chalks. What she did was stop the defense from just bringing it out the way she did. 50,000 subs. That's disgusting. Like, that's, I mean, you know, here's the thing. Once again, I'll say it again. I don't think that creators shouldn't make money. This is a job. It's a full-time job. I do not think that they shouldn't make money. But I think the line starts to draw when you're lying to your audience purposefully, because it's the popular thing to say and because money's going to roll in from it. And I can tell you from someone who was on the other side, I was substantially making more money than I make now, by a large margin, and it was helping me survive. So I know the kind of money that can come from just yelling Karen is innocent, blah, blah, blah. But the problem comes when you believe it, and then when actual evidence comes out, and then you still just say it knowing it's not true. That's the problem that I have. Once evidence comes out that proves that that couldn't possibly be true, it's your job as someone who's giving information to an audience to correct that information, or to then go where the evidence brings you, not just keep saying, you know, and spinning and saying she's innocent and spinning any piece of evidence against her to make it look like it doesn't matter so that people will continue to pay you. Some days I don't make anything, nothing, not a dollar. There was a show like a couple days ago. I didn't make anything. Okay. Sometimes I make 20 bucks, right? Like, and I also don't have the option of getting super chats, super stickers, and, you know, memberships. So even people like Kevin get memberships, so they can survive off covering their costs, possibly from just the membership fees that they get per month. I don't get any of that. So unfortunately, I have to ask for things like donations for the ticker that's on the bottom of my screen, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, because it's the only way I can cover the costs and possibly make anything on top of that. And these are going to be long days. This trial is going to be extremely long. I don't think that it's not okay to make money on YouTube. It's absolutely okay. The problem starts where you just start lying to make it. And that's the problem that I have. Every creator does things differently, but I also refuse to do things like ignore people's comments so that they ask it numerous times and that they just have to make a donation so that you'll read it. Like, I refuse to use those tactics because I feel like they're slimy. Do I lose out because of it? Abso-freaking-lutely I do. Absolutely, 100% I do. But it just doesn't feel right to me to use those kind of tactics. People are either going to donate to your channel and realize that that's your income and help, or they're not. And everybody here knows, like, they don't have to donate to watch my channel for me to highlight their comments or to do anything like that. You know, nothing like that. They can just watch. Like, they can just hit the like button and that would help, you know? So, I mean, let's hope so, Amber, you know? Like, let's hope so. Okay, ARCA, all right, let's stop with the disinformation. ARCA was not just paid for by the FBI. They were also paid for by the defense. That's just a fact. That's an absolute fact. ARCA was only tasked with answering 2 goddamn questions. So whatever the lawyer you know said, definitely couldn't ruin any sort of prosecution case, considering they were only tasked with answering 2 simple questions, neither of which have much to do with anything. So that's not even a thing. Like, fun and games. Yeah, it's all games to these people, right? Like, games, just games. People's lives are games. I can tell you from experience that the things that I have dealt with when it comes to this trial, the harassment I've received, it's not a fucking game. It's not a game. My family has dealt with severe harassment. My family has been, dragged through the mud. My name's been dragged through the mud simply because I refused to bow down and because I refused to lie for the sewer turtle. And he got mad that he got caught. It's really just that easy. Like, you don't have to do anything to get attacked by some of these people. Realistically, all you have to do is not do something they want you to do or not lie for them, Probably. She probably will. She doesn't really care one way or another because all the money she makes, like you know what I mean? Like if you ever notice some of these channels, like they only highlight the comments of people who have donated. That's, you know what I mean? Like that's their whole thing. Like is ignoring people until they say the same thing 17 times until they donate because they want it read. Like it's a tactic, but that's what they do. She's clearly not fair, right? I absolutely love this, Maestro. Scientifically proven sits in front of neon lights with too much hair product. It turns him into a moron. Can't be fair if she's completely biased. Also, she worked with Alan Jackson, so I don't know how you couldn't be. Hi, Lazy Susan. So here's the thing. If they can get 18, they'll start this week. So if they can get 18, they'll start tomorrow. I promise you, though, if they don't get 18, they're not starting until Tuesday of next week. So if they do not get 18 today, they're not going to start on a Thursday, with Good Friday being the day after, and do openings on that day. So they'll wait until Tuesday. So let's just hope they can get at least 2 today. But also I want them to be ready, like I want them to make sure that these jurors aren't just sneaking in, So it might be that it doesn't start until next week. All we can do is hope at this point and pray. I know Christina Rex was talking about it based on what her understanding of it is. But if they could get 18 today, then they very well could start tomorrow. But I don't know. Like, yeah, see, that's another lie. They did go into for 34 value. They did ask the Alberts questions. That's a complete bold-faced lie, and it's in the documents. But see, none of these people bother to look at the documents or actually report on anything that's actually true. They just keep going with this conspiracy theory, and what they know will play with the base and what will give them more donations. More and more and more and more and more. I've been on an hour and 24 minutes and 22 seconds. I have yet to make a single penny. Am I bailing out and being like, okay, show's over, I gotta go today? Like, no. I'm seeing this through, all the way through. I started this case, and I'm going to see it through all the way. Like, period. But I'm not going to sit here and lie about shit. Like, to say that they never went in the house. They went in the house right after Jen McCabe. They were in the house. What are you talking about? And they absolutely did talk to the Alberts. Like, so it's like the same people that say that these people didn't go to John's funeral. Yes, they did. They did go to John's funeral. Where did that come from? The only person who didn't go to John's funeral is Karen. And I understand she had a stay away order, but she doesn't have a stay away order from his grave, and she has still yet to visit it. I'll tell you right now, if I was in her position and I was magically saying I was innocent and I was really innocent, there's no chance I wouldn't have at least visited the grave if I wasn't allowed to go to the funeral. No chance at all. Full disclosure, I lost my fiance in 2006 to a house fire. I still visit his grave to this day. My husband brings me. Okay? So no chance. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. That's right, Jennifer. It's not okay to report false information and then keep going, doing that and spinning it because these people will just keep handing you more money. It's disgusting. It's gross. Like, you should be paid for your work. Nobody's saying you shouldn't be paid for your work, but let's get real here. Lying to get paid is not okay. That you get fired for doing shit like that. Like, it should be the same thing here. You should be canceled for fucking lying on purpose. Unfortunately, I can't just get them, Amber. Free Karen Reed attacked my channel, and that paused my monetization for 6 months, and I had to reapply. I have reapplied, but it takes YouTube forever to then decide on you reapplying and give it back. So I'm in that middle ground of waiting on them. So I don't have a choice in the matter, unfortunately. If I did, I would have super chats and super stickers and memberships. I would love to do member shows for just my members. That would be a blast. I had 3 tiers of memberships. Like, so, I mean, unfortunately, I don't have a choice but to just wait for YouTube. In the meantime, all I have is the 3 options of PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. If you want to make a donation to the channel to help out, this is how you can do it. You can also just hit the like button, the subscribe button, share the videos, all that fun stuff. Oh yeah, crap, I forgot. You are totally right, Susan. I've totally forgot Marathon Monday. That's why Monday's off. I keep forgetting that. It's because it's Marathon Monday, not because of it, because it wouldn't be because of the holiday. We have 1 juror that was released yesterday and 1 we gained. I don't necessarily know why they were released. I don't have that information, unfortunately. I wish I did. Well, that's the thing, right? We know which 2 questions that they asked, right? Well, that's the thing. Why not? Why not? Like, listen, here's the thing. I don't give a shit if, this chat it goes by fast sometimes. I don't care if it was going by so fast. You can slow it down yourself. You can stop it and slow it down if you're using StreamYard yourself and start to go through some of them. I know that it's not possible to go through every single one of them, kind of like I do, going through almost all of them with that large of a channel. But you can see the names on the screen. At least try to pop up 1 comment from each of those people. Like, you can slow it down. You know what I'm saying? Like, slow it down, go through some comments, let it speed back up, slow it down again. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't just read the ones of people donating. That's just, I mean, I'm sorry, but like, I pride myself on how much I interact with my audience, because my audience is like a family. We have an amazing community here of people. We are like a family. And I pride myself with how much I interact with my audience, because I have so many amazing people from so many different backgrounds: law enforcement, lawyers, clerks, like doctors, nurses, like you name it. And one of you does it for a living. Like, so many intelligent people that we have here, or did do it for a living, like so many intelligent people that we have here. Like, I would love to see what you guys have to say about things, because you guys hit the nail on the head most of the time. Like, you can't ask questions like that. I totally forgot. You're totally right. It is Marathon Monday. I don't know why I keep forgetting that it's Marathon Monday. Yeah, she ignored him, but she heard it. You know what I mean? Like, what other killers you support? That was funny. Yeah. No full jury yet, Leah. No full jury yet. We're still down 2 to get to 18. Why? When did they move up from 16? I don't know. That's a good question. I thought they should do it 18 to 20, probably 20 the entire time. But once they got to 16, then they said they wanted 2 more. So they wanted 18. I think they said that Friday was off. So I'm guessing that it's a court holiday. I remember them saying that Friday was an off day. So if they actually use it as an off day, I guess we'll find out. But last week they said it was an off day. Business. Oh my God. Misunderstood. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, she definitely should not be comfortable. Oh, if lie detectors were admissible, sure, like it's basically like junk science, so they don't use things like that. You can beat a lie detector with like clenching your butt and unclenching your butt, basically. So they don't use it. I don't think they'd be allowed to. Yeah, we're stuck at 16 because 1 got let go yesterday and we gained 1, so we're stuck at 16. It could be a video, it could be audio, could be just a statement she made that he puts on a chalk. I mean, like a text message. We don't really know. It'll be interesting to see what. Like, yeah, check out the Reed Whacker channel in my Discord for the Karen OJ pics. We have that over there in my Discord. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about Steinbeck. I don't know what in the hell. Again, I feel like it's just to jump on the money train. I feel like, unfortunately, that's what it is. Are we speculating she hasn't gone to the grave, or has she said that? She said that she has not visited his grave. So what the hell? Like, you haven't visited his grave. You didn't go to the funeral. Well, she had the stay away order for the funeral, but you still haven't visited his grave. That doesn't make sense. Why? Why? I don't understand why. Like, I don't know what she was thinking. Like, why would you even I mean, I know she was answering a question, but like, why did you think that that would ever, like, you had to have known answering that would have made you look bad. Like, what? Like, yeah, that came right out of Karen's mouth. She said it. She did. She certainly did. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. You know what I mean? I don't want to speculate, but she freaking said it. Like, just insane to me. Oh, you saw those ones, Patty? The AJ Karen pics. A lot of the stuff in my Discord makes me LOL. You guys are always make me smile even when I'm having a shitty day. I'm guessing. I hear the decision that releasing 1 year was done over the weekend. I believe that's why you don't give Hank Brennan any spare time because he finds dirt on anybody. Yeah, I do think that they're Shamina, I think it's because they're doing their due diligence, social media, all that stuff, and they're finding things on people that they didn't disclose or things that are that lead them to believe that maybe they could be biased. And so you don't want a juror like that. You know, time to be dismissed. We know that people are trying to sneak onto the jury, you know? Oh, gross. Maybe that's why. Huh. Yeah. I never heard from him again. Obviously. Like, yeah, well, he passed away, so I guess you didn't, you know? Like, I don't know. They said last week court was not going to be in session on Friday, but then again, you never know. So it's either a court holiday or they just weren't planning on it. One or the other. Right? Never go see their grave. Like I'm saying, full disclosure, I lost my fiance in a house fire in 2006, and he made it out of that house fire and went back in for people that were inside and didn't make it out the second time because that's the kind of person that he was. And I still visit his grave. It still feels like it was yesterday. Like I couldn't imagine. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a court holiday. It could be that they just weren't doing it. I don't know. Right? Where like everyone's just perfect. Probably is a show business fan. That lady needs some serious meds. Like Jodi Arias. Yeah. Yep, that's the Discord link. Carl Steinbeck married a free Karen Reed psychopath. That was shocker on that one. You guys are so funny. I love people who are like, Brennan's so hot. I'm just like, he's so smart. Like, I just want to pick his brain so badly. Like, well, they have sullied their channels by peddling conspiracy theories, but at the same time, there'll just be more conspiracy people that pop back up into their channels and pay them to keep on conspiracizing. So, unfortunately, that's kind of how it's gonna go. Like, it was from her. She like tried to give herself a nickname, Weed Whacker. She tried to give herself a nickname, and so that didn't work out so well. Yep. Narcissistic is right. So we decided we were going to call her the Reed Whacker in my Discord. Oh, you got the sign, Leah? I thought it would be cute. You could put it in your house, or you could put it where you train the dogs. There is no meeting time, but usually if I want people's attention on certain things, I will like put an @ in everybody. You guys should all get like a notification if I do @ everybody. So I was thinking of maybe doing a voice chat today during the day, maybe an hour or two after I get off of here with you guys so I can eat something. I'm starving. I never get to do breakfast. It's too early. Colin's a good kid too. Like that's what hurts me the most. Like Chris did a great job raising him. He's a good kid. Like the things that Colin lost, he can never get back. You can't get back your, scholarship for playing sports in college. You can't get back living in college and having that, experience. Like you can't get it back. Those are things you can't get back. Like, right? Imagine Lazy Susan. That would be hilarious. Well, I think that's part of it, right? Like, why would you visit the grave of someone you killed? Because she knows she did? Or Orenthal James Reed. It is Good Friday, but not everybody has that holiday, so I don't know. Such a Wendy. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. Yeah, it's not a federal holiday. That's the thing. Good Friday is not a federal holiday. It's just a religious holiday. So usually, like, that doesn't always apply to things. But I remember them saying that they weren't going to have court. But I don't know if it's because they're using it as a holiday or because it's not a federal holiday. So court's usually only closed on federal holidays. But once again, with this court, you never freaking know. Bev just kind of does what she wants. So it's closed on Good Friday there? Yes, yeah, it's you never know. You just never freaking know. It's not technically a federal holiday, but Karen Reed not visiting John's grave confirms once again she hates him and she blames him for what happened to her. No way you wouldn't want to visit your deceased boyfriend if he was brutally murdered. No kidding. Like, what? Me too, Kings. Me too. It hurts my heart. Literally. Like, you would not if you know you're guilty. Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah, that was the start of the Higgins Reed thing, was Reed Whacker. You know what I mean? Like, I totally will remind you to jump in because I feel like that'd be something we could do today. Yeah, in the front yard. But she tried to give herself that sort of little that name, that nickname. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that she will push it to next week if they don't get those 2 jurors today. But even if they do, even say for good conscience that they do, they get 2 for good measure, they get 2 today. What happens when they have to dismiss 1 from last week or 2 from last week? Because that's what's been happening. You know what I mean? That is exactly what's been happening is they've been dismissing jurors that they've had already for a bit and obviously finding things. And so I would rather it be pushed back if due diligence is going to be done, you know? I do, me too. I love it, right? Like, we can go to Discord, we can chat on X, we can go to Facebook. Like, I love that there's multiple places for people to meet and talk about this because even when I'm not live anymore, I can still hop on a voice chat while I'm doing chores around the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, or I can, hop on a voice chat or a text chat in Discord while I'm here at home. So it's a good way to be able to, like, get things done and at the same time sort of chat with you guys and everybody throw their ideas together because Discord, you can do voice chat where everybody can hop in or some people can just listen. You don't have to talk. You can mute yourself and just listen to what other people are saying. Or there's the text option for like all the channels. You can go into the channels and everybody can just chat together about what they think about X, Y, and Z. Like that is what I love about Discord. Like it's one of those places you can do multiple things in. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Susan. I've been around since then. Funny enough, I have been around since Kevin and his co-hosts. I started covering it around the same time Kevin did. I have Erin, one of his co-hosts, has been on my show many times. She's a very dear friend of mine. One of the smartest people I know. Erin is one of the smartest people I know. And so I've been around since then. Me and Kevin sort of took the same trajectory when it came to like, all right, maybe she's innocent. Then we had some evidence and then we were attacked by the mob. And then here we are. So I've been around just as long. I just, I took a 6-month break with my daughter's medical. As you guys know, I have a terminally ill child of mine. And so I took a break with my housing situation and my ill child who's in and out of the hospital. And so that sort of 6-month break, Kevin, grew his channel as you should. And mine, I just came back after that hiatus, probably over a month ago now, probably maybe amount of weeks. But I had popped on some other people's shows in the meantime just to give some commentary. But Freak will put the link in the chat and you just click on the link and you'll be able to get into the Discord. So that's the thing. We have people who are discovering us right now, literally, just like you, Allie, people who are literally discovering us right this very second. And so that's why I ask you guys to like share, the streams and like them and comment on them. And because people are still discovering that we exist. There are still people who have no idea we exist. There's 373 people watching right this very second from the 2 platforms I'm streaming on. So there's quite a few people just in the bushes watching, you know, which I know who some of them are, but lots of people just like to listen, you know. And some people will listen for months, even years before they jump into the live chat. I just want people to know that they're free to jump into the live chat and talk, because it's good to have these conversations. And I think what I want to do today is I mean, it's already 11 o'clock. I can't believe it. I've already been here an hour and 41 minutes, but I want to play some of the cross-examination. It's sort of cross-examination, but the voir dire of Dr. Russell, because it'll give you guys a good idea on how Hank is going to do his cross-examinations in the trial. You know, I do think the tide has turned, like DJ is saying. Like, I do think the tide has started to turn when it comes to this case. I'm getting a lot of emails. I'm getting a lot of DMs in social media from people who believed she was innocent, who now think that maybe she's not. I've also gotten a lot of DMs from people who apparently just found out that my channel existed and were like, hey, like I've been watching your channel, and now you gave me some things to think about, some things that I need to go back and look at. And I'm getting a lot of messages like that. So where they might still believe that she's innocent, they're now thinking like, oh, wait a second, hold on. Some of the things that they found out here didn't go with what they had been told by the mob, of course, because we try to give facts here. And of course I give some of my opinions, but like, we give facts of the case, we give facts of the pieces of evidence, and some of these pieces of evidence, and some of the things they were told obviously were not true. And so they're like, wait, this evidence exists, and like, wait, hold on, why do I not know about this? And most of it is really from the time that Karen backs up her car, which she's not saying that she's not the one driving that vehicle, right? Her car data shows from the time that she backs up that car, 24 point whatever miles per hour. Just seconds later, John's phone stops moving forever in the place that he is later found after 6 a.m. So that's a timestamp. That's a literal timestamp of time. Okay. Nobody is saying Karen wasn't driving that car. So unless you're going to tell me somebody else was driving that car, Karen's the one who backed it up. All right. We have the car data. Now, the car chip off was done by the defense experts the first time. They missed a ton of data. Shocker, right? So this time around, we have more data than we did last time. But it was the defense experts. So they can't even say like, oh, it was tampered with. It was the defense experts that did the chip off, right? So can't say it was tampered with unless you're going to say the defense is tampering with it. Like, you know what I mean? So that gives them something to go back and look at and think about. Like, wait a second, hold on. Right? Because that's not being talked about over there. The pieces of evidence that make Karen look bad or that show her guilt, like, they're not going to talk about over there. I promise you, I was on that side at some point, and I remember them saying like, no, you can't post that. We're going to delete it, like, because that makes Karen look bad. Well, I don't care if it makes her look bad. It's part of the case. It's a piece of evidence. Like, you don't want to talk about the case. Like, you only want to talk about the things that make Karen look good or the spinning stories. And that's what would happen on the Facebook, is if you want to talk about something that didn't make Karen look good, they would just delete it. They would delete everybody's comment about it. They wouldn't accept anything being posted about things that made her look bad. And that should be a red flag to anyone. Like, logistical issues. Could that mean moving back to the big courtroom? I know the sightlines can be fixed. I don't know. It very well could be that, or it could be logistical, as in they're trying to accommodate the public. I don't know, because remember, Yannetti and Jackson were the ones who bitched about the bigger courtroom and wanted, because the witness stand and blah, 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 blah. So they got the smaller one. So I'm not sure what the logistical issues might be. But I do think part of the logistical issues is the bigger screen that Hank asked for. And where they might put like visuals, where they would play audio so everybody can hear it, all that stuff. Can't open page address. Can we make a new one, Freak? A new Discord invite? Because maybe it's expired. Sometimes they expire after like so many days and you have to like re-invite. Oh, that's okay. He's called me like 17 names in the book. It's so funny because like coming out of his mouth, I really don't. I know she does say she never reversed. That's so funny. But we're talking about a man who lives in his mother's basement. Okay. His last job was like a pizza shop or a gym. Like, and he has the audacity to talk about anybody else. That's what I find so funny. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like, I'm sorry, you have something to say about other people? Like, sir, you live in your mother's basement. You're in your 40s. Like, and you have something to say about where's all that money you're making, dude? What are you doing with it? Get your own place. Like, what the hell? Like, you're flying here. So if you're flying here and affording that, otherwise is somebody paying for it for you? Like, if you're being able to keep flying here and afford that, why are you still living in your mother's basement, bro? Like, I find it funny because he has no idea what he's talking about. He has no experience with the law or the justice system in any way, shape, or form. He just spews whatever, TV wants him to spew. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm 45. Yeah, he's 45. Like, yeah, they call him baby cap. Right? Consider the source. Exactly. Consider the source. Like a gym, or like a pizza place. It's a gym, I guess. But like, all he has is trying to make fun of other people and trying to insult other people. Like, I tell you, like, I don't give a shit what he has to say about me or anybody else because his intelligence level is here. Mine is up here. So I don't really take into account anything he has to say. I also have experience. I worked in a prison for the criminally insane. Like, so yeah. You can put pictures, memes, you can put all sorts of stuff up in the Discord. Well, that's the thing. Like, these people all hang out in the same circles and talk about the same things and then know that they need to like push this conspiracy in order to get paid during their streams. So that's what they do, Like, you might not get comfort from it, but I'm sure you visited it at least once, no? When your loved one passes away, you would never visit, not once. It'd be one thing to say it's too hurtful to visit, right? Like, and it stings, so I'd stay clear. Okay, cool. I could totally understand that from people. But she has never visited it once. Not one time. Not one single, and it's the way that she said it in the interview while she smiled. It's not exactly just the words, it's the way it was said and in the context it was said, you know? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's and it does have something to do with it. We're talking about a woman who claims that she's so very innocent, but then gets on these interviews and smiles and laughs like this is some funny joke that she lost a loved one. That doesn't exactly scream innocent to anyone. And that's my opinion. You don't have to agree with that opinion. That's fine. You can have your own opinion. Than a Hooters girl. Well, that's the other thing. The same person who's like, you're talking about the same guy that makes fun of people. Like, you make fun of homeless people. He's making fun of people who are less fortunate. It's like, bro, you live in your mother's basement. Why? Like, why does that? You shouldn't be making fun of anyone. Like, everybody's circumstances are different. Everybody's, you know, bills are different. Like, I have a sick kid. There's lots of expenses that come with that. People don't even realize. Like, so. The app, yeah, if you don't have the app, Discord does have an app. It might be easier that way. I can also make another invite link if that one's not working. We're gonna have to check and make sure that it is. Yeah, see, Kim, that's not the way it works, right? Justice for John isn't when a murderer goes free, darling. It's kind of not the way it works. Justice for John is when the person who hurt him gets to spend the rest of her life in prison, and all the rest of the people that she has harmed who are innocent bystanders. Yeah, see, that's in a court. I'm not a court. She's guilty. That's my opinion. You don't have to like it, but there's no proof. Honey, there's so much proof. It's ridiculous. Oh my God. There is a influx of a mountain of evidence she's going to have to try to climb over. Her car didn't back up itself, sweetheart. Okay. Her car data doesn't lie. John's phone data doesn't lie. Her car backed up and John's phone stopped moving forever seconds afterward. And a jury is going to see all of that data and all those pieces of evidence. There's magical pieces of taillight that just someone planted microscopic pieces of taillight into John's clothes. Let me guess, Proctor, right? Who wasn't even at 34 Fairview. So, I mean, even this turtle scum has moved off of that. Like, it was Inc. It was, but they lost one juror and gained one juror. So they're still stuck at 16. They want 18, which I think would have been smarter to go for 20, but they want at least 18. I love when people say there's no evidence. It's like so funny to me. Like, do you live on planet Pluto? Oh, no, that's right. You live in an echo chamber of nonsense. There's so much evidence that it's not even funny. Like, let's get real here. It's amazing, right? It's amazing. For me, it's like, use a little bit of common sense. It's a possibility. I don't know. Maybe. Karen reads, SUV recorded a pedestrian strike at 12:32:12. John's health app data stopped recording activity for the final time at 12:32:16. John had no time to go in that house. Yeah, 4 seconds. There was 4 seconds. So tell me all about how he got beat up in the basement, got into the house, went down to the basement, got beat up, and thrown out on the lawn in 4 seconds, please. Someone, please explain that to me. Yeah, that was another statement. I chose pink, not to be confused with justice for John O'Keefe. It's an amazing statement that comes out of the woman's mouth, you know? Like, yeah. Yeah, you don't get to do that. That's the thing. Not over here, you don't. You don't get to say it's justice for John when the killer goes free. You can do that on one of your FKR channels, have fun with that, but not here. Because I happen to know some of these witnesses and they're wonderful friggin' people. And the shit they've been through, the shit I've been through is unacceptable. It's unacceptable because of these monsters who just can't take responsibility for their own shit. Cluster B personality narcissists who attack their own victims because it's Darvo. That's what they do. Like, I am not a court. Therefore, my opinion can be whatever I want it to be. I don't have to think she's innocent before being found guilty. There's a mountain of evidence that show her guilt. I'm not the judge and I'm not the jury. I'm just me. So I'm allowed to say I think she's guilty. And she is, in my opinion. She's a murderer. She killed John and she left him there in the cold to die alone. And no one, and I mean no one, should have to think about how he was just left there. But now that's what his family and friends are left with. Left with thinking that he laid there and died alone. If that was your loved one, would that be acceptable to you? Just asking for a friend. Like, you know, would that be acceptable? Would you be, you know, screaming from the rooftops that the person that probably killed your loved one should be let go because her lawyers and her have made up nonsense? Because there's not a shred of evidence, and I mean a single shred, that anyone besides Karen committed the crime. As a matter of fact, there's not a shred of evidence that anyone besides Karen Reed did the things like, I don't know, back up her car. She's not claiming she didn't drive her car. So her car magically backed itself up at 24 miles an hour? I mean, ghost car, huh? Like magic? Magic. Also, by the way, happy birthday, Cookie. We have so many birthdays this week. Happy birthday to Cookie. I know I said it in chat, but happy birthday, Cookie. I hope you have a wonderful birthday today. We have lots of birthdays this week. It is definitely blatantly obvious at this point. I mean, if you haven't bothered to look at the evidence and you just live in an echo chamber of people repeating things and parroting things that are actual lies and aren't real, that's your fault. And if you're not doing any of your own research, that's your own fault. If you're not bothering to look into anything, that's your fault. So I hope you feel real good with yourself when you realize that these two people have been lying to you along with the defense team this entire time so that you would send them your money and support so Karen can stay at the luxurious hotels and make sure that she buys fancy clothes and feeds her attorneys, because you guys should definitely feed her attorneys. Please go donate to FKR and feed her attorneys. Do that. Do that right now, FKR. Please go empty your wallets for the defense team that lives lavishly and has a house, probably multiple houses, 5 times the size of yours. Please, that's such a great idea. I want you to do that, because that is exactly what you deserve if you want a murderer to go free with a mountain of evidence that shows that she left a man to die in the cold alone and orphan those children again for the 3rd time in their lives from a man who had stepped up to take care of them. Just saying. I'm just saying. There are good people that have fallen for the propaganda, but it becomes a problem when they start saying there's no evidence, there's no evidence, there's no evidence, there's no evidence. Like, that's when it becomes a problem for me. Okay? Once the evidence has been presented and then you still say there's no evidence and you just ignore the evidence that's in front of you, that's when it starts to become a problem. When you start engaging with harassing people who are anti-Karen and you start engaging in the harassment of other people, witnesses, or anybody who the sewer turtle doesn't like, that is when it becomes a large problem. I have met many good people that fell for the nonsense, but they did not engage in the harassment. They didn't engage in any of that stuff. None of it. But yeah, there are good people that have fallen for it, and I feel for those people. The people I don't feel for are the people who continuously keep it up, knowing deep down, even if they want to just say deny, 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 knowing, okay, that it's all a farce. Okay. Very quickly, my story starts with covering this case when I started my channel. I covered other cases too, but this one was close to home. Obviously, I figured it would be one of the good ones to start with since it's a case from my state and I can easily go to the court and I could get the documents and blah, blah, blah. I had no idea it was going to evolve the way it did, not by a long shot. I did not know some of these witnesses ahead of time, like before all this happened. I didn't know them until after all of this happened. I got to know some of them over time, and some of them are wonderful. I haven't met some of them, and some of them I have, and they're wonderful people. Okay, just everyday, good, hardworking people. Chris is great. He's great. His family is great. He helps the community, and I couldn't have asked to have made better relationships with people that I respect. And but the things that they have been through and the things I have been through, even just by switching my opinion once the evidence came out and not lying for the sewer turtle, is when I started being attacked by the FKR mob, and it hasn't stopped. So we're talking since 2023. Okay. And they all give the same oh, well, you just think Karen's guilty because you don't like the sewer turtle. No, those two things can be true at the same time. There are plenty of people who don't like the sewer turtle and still think she's innocent. There are plenty of people who don't like the sewer turtle and think she's guilty. I think she's guilty because evidence presented itself to me that showed that the things that he was saying are not true. Not only that, but it's a little easier after finding out that he could lie so easily about you or someone that you care about or someone you loved without checking his information and without actually giving a shit, that if he could lie so easily about that to hide his own misdoings, like his own dirty deeds, how easy would it have been for him to lie? And I already knew at that point that all he really cared about was the money and the viewers. And so I was not willing to lie for him in a scenario. And because I did not lie for him, he got caught in those lies. And then I became his public enemy number one because I did not lie for him. He told probably a million lies about me since then. I'm a bad, terrible, awful human being, he says, all because I did not lie for the man. He'll never tell people that's because I didn't lie for him, but the people involved know that that's true. And that's what I find so fascinating is even some of the people involved know exactly why he attacked me, are still surrounding themselves with him and still saying nothing. As a matter of fact, that they'll lie if they have to stay in his good graces so they don't get attacked by him. It's cowardly. It's cowardly. I know, Jack. It's always rules for thee, but not for me, you know? Isn't that how it works with these people? Like, yeah, the Omni and lobster dinners, like, yeah, but the rest, that's what I love about them is they'll sit there and say that she's innocent until proven guilty, but the witnesses that have no actual pieces of evidence to prove that they did anything wrong other than just existing and being witnesses, like, they don't get that same priority, right? Like, come on now. Stop it. I love you. Listen, if I had the money, I'd buy you a lobster just because I love you. But I'm a little low on the groceries myself at the moment, but I would totally buy you a lobster and you wouldn't have to lie because I love you. There's a lobster waiting if you tell me you look like Brad Pitt. Feller said, after the first trial, I would say not guilty, and there was reasonable doubt in my opinion. I'm looking forward to see if the Commonwealth has any new evidence to present. They do. They have more data from the car. They have all of her interviews they're allowed to bring in, all of her own statements that don't line up with what her story is. That's just like a little taste of it, Amber, you know? But they do have more evidence this time around, Stella. Quite a bit of it this time. They have the molds. They had bite patterns from Chloe from previous to when John died. Now they have the molds and the paw mold to show that they don't match to anything whatsoever. And that's ridiculous. It's going to be a different trial for sure. Yep. Yeah, he's the sewer turtle here. That's what we call him because he lurks in the sewer with shit. And his lies. That's where he is. He is. I've told him that. I'm like the Nevercracker, dude. Killed me. Absolutely killed me. I was dead. Like that. I'm sorry, but it was so funny. Like probably it wasn't like meant to be funny, but it was so funny. And yeah, I mean, if you ever have a chance to go down to D&E and show support for Chris and his family, you should. Their food's really good, and Chris is a great guy. There's so many people that just can't stand him, and, like, even people who think she's innocent, it's amazing. Like there's almost nobody who loves Azur Turtle thinks she's guilty. Well, probably not. Like, yeah, they have new data from the Lexus. I currently hate Brad Pitt. How can we hate Brad Pitt? I like shrimp, although I can't do shrimp cocktail. I like regular, like, cooked shrimp. Can't do it cold. Openings will be different, Red Sky. Very different. I, like, literally can't wait for openings. Like, I am anxiety-ridden and ready for it to happen because I know how amazing it's gonna be. Like, there was 2 gigabytes of card data last time. This time they have 8 gigabytes of card data, and that's a lot of data, you know? Like, a lot of data. It just is. Girl said, I can see why some might have thought reasonable doubt after first trial evidence that convinced me related to timelines that I was writing down. Defense used good distraction techniques. Yeah, they did. Like, look over here, look over here, look over here. Oh, hey, girl. Like, look over here, look over here. Like, that's essentially what they did was pay attention to this conspiracy, please. And that's a no-go. I'm trying to find the voir dire of Dr. Russell. Can't. Does anybody know exactly what I want to play it? So I'm trying to. Let's see. But I don't want to play it from like a creator's channel. I want. To play it on its own. Let's see. Emily D. Baker. No, I can't listen to that, dude. And that was 9 months ago. It's not the one we're looking for. This one was recent. Couldn't have been to preclude 4 months ago. Oh, this is on Melanie Little. I can't do that. Hearing resumes over dog bite testimony. Is this it? This might be it. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. Hold on, guys. Gonna play some of this because this is going to show exactly the way that Hank is going to December 12th was the second day. I'll play parts of both because I feel like it's probably lengthy, but yeah, playing her own words is going to be amazing. All right, while I'm pulling this up on the screen, I will also check and make sure I don't need to thank anybody for donations. If you would like to donate and help out the channel, I would very much appreciate it. That is how we survive over here on my channel, since we don't have the monetization at the moment. And this is how you can do it on the screen. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Let's see. Nope, nothing here. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody to say thank you, of course. Oh, wait, I got something over here. See, it's not giving me notifications on some of these apps. Claire sends $50 on Cash App. Thank you, Claire, so much. We had the first donation of the day. I don't know why it's not popping up on my top of my screen for some reason. I guess I'm just going to have to open the apps and look, you know. It's weird. Internet's kind of being weird, too. Thank you, Claire, so much. She said, thanks for the up-to-date coverage. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. All right, let me check the other one just to make sure, because it seems like it's not popping up in the apps on the top of my thing. Me too. I am very excited, Lisa. He is enjoyable to watch, that's for sure. In my opinion, at least. Gotta get some of this stuff. Let's see. Okay, that's it. Just making sure. I don't want to forget to thank anyone. All right. Yeah, they like to call him Spanky, but I find that really funny because he does spank them often. So I don't know why they want to use that nickname. But if anybody gets fresh, just boot them because I'm looking at this. So they do grow like fungus. She was fired from her last job. I'll have to look into that. Hank is brilliant. All right. I'm going to pull down this. I don't know. The new motion, I feel like it should be approved. There's no reason that it shouldn't be approved by the judge. It's all stuff that's already going to be talked about in the trial, so I don't know why it wouldn't be. But once again, we're talking about a judge, you know? That they did not say when. We don't know when until they get at least 18 jurors. If they get 18, then we'll know. They'll tell us then. All right, I'm going to pull down this thing for donations. There is there's a ticker at the bottom of the screen that I'm on, the one that you're watching. To be more, Mark said that he was looking at the bottom of YouTube, not the bottom of YouTube, the screen I am on that you're watching. At that bottom of that screen, right down here, there's a little ticker that scrolls by that has all the information on it for donations. If I get any while we're playing this, I will read them when I'm done, of course. If you want to remain anonymous, you can just say that in the comments, ANON, and I won't read your name. I'll just read it as anonymous. All right. Let's see. I want to make this bigger though. Hold on a second, guys. I want to make this bigger. All right. Here we go. It's all the way up too. Never get good audio. Just check out what's going on here real quick. I can't see your comments right now, but I do have mods. Like, this is so interesting here. There's Paul O'Keefe. Here we go. I think this is the second day of it, but still good. Oh, I can't wait for that pad to come today. Me too, Anna. Me too, girl.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring it with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brenner, and I want to make sure.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know. All right, so you were speaking to me, Mr.
Cat grumpy
Lindsay. I
cat.
thought Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay.
I just wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
Didn't you guys see my
So the copies that Mr. McDermott made
thumbnail for this
are
video?
attachments to the motions that were filed.
And provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, the Lanigan hearing.
Sure.
I love
Okay,
kitty
I
cat.
did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given
Great.
to
We
Ms.
should
Russell.
look for lips.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
Page
dead.
9, right on the top of each transcript, which each one
Grumpy
is,
cat,
so
yeah.
it'll be easier for
People
Is
say
there a
that.
problem with that, Mr.
No
Leslie?
problem at all.
Okay.
Mr. Alessi, shut the hell up, sir. Nobody wants to hear you. You're very long-winded. Lipstick. Oh, the lipstick thing's still getting me. So this is kind of what it's going to look like when Hank's doing the cross-examination. Yeah, I don't know how anybody could, no judge on planet Earth other than this one would consider her an expert or legitimate. So let's just make that clear.
And again, first witness.
Yes.
Here we go.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing you 2 documents. You have a third. The one before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
It is hella weird, Anna, but you're still doing it, right? Like, oh, you've never seen this? This is the voir dire of Dr. Russell.
I had asked you
before.
if you had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript.
I agree, Red Sky. I don't think they're going to buy it
Page 19, line 21.
at all. She gets eviscerated on the stand the first time. It'll happen again the second time. Even worse. Yeah, watch the full thing. It is
Line
amazing.
19, line 21, may I approach, Your Honor?
This is the second day, I believe.
So the page number is here.
Yes.
And then line would be Sorry.
Look at her face. She keeps like watching him with her eyes and getting all pissed off. Not saying anything right now.
My apologies. This one is the trial. Okay.
He's like trying to highlight them for her. The voir dire from about 3 months ago from Dr. Russell.
Do you recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries? Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
Okay, but I'm asking you, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
She did say that.
Something to that effect, yes.
And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Can you show me where that is?
Well,
No.
I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why, when you were asked and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine, there are no absolutes.
Exactly.
And that's what, physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in it that way. But
Yeah,
I was certain that it was a dog.
You're not certain.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. You understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the words during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Isn't it?
Yep.
No, I don't think so.
What?
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And
Okay,
the reason
then.
why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
No.
That's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology,
It's not reading
is there
book.
any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-reviewed articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You
Yep.
understand there's a difference between those two things, don't
Oh,
you?
yes.
Okay, we'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from
She doesn't know.
multiple published peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Tell
That
me
have
one.
pieces of talking about dog bites. They're not about dog
Unit.
bites.
I'm sorry?
Munich, we talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay. And what's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation.
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial
I'm
process.
trying to have you assist us in distinction between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the standards, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because
A standard.
I know how I
What do you not
evaluate
understand?
wounds.
You have personal
How
experience
you
where you've
yourself.
treated dog wounds, and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're
Oh.
comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I
Then
want
where
to
is
learn
it?
that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is, tell us, where does that come from, the methodology where you have a
She doesn't have
point
one.
of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item?
There are several published peer review articles
Those aren't
that
methodology.
describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and
Articles.
sometimes
Just
treat
articles.
wounds, dog bite wounds.
Okay.
There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
Right.
I don't think that there is one.
When
Exactly.
you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
Bingo.
There is not one that I know of, correct?
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
If you're an expert,
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
he ruins
Fair
her.
to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years, observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, and other things like complications, et cetera.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of comparison. There is no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay. Can you share with us one of those articles that you've been relying on to combine with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis?
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about.
Okay, that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case, but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, the different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds can be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced,
I'm
it's,
sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
I'm going to let her finish.
please.
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will, thank you.
that article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature. So in the review of previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis
I
in that article.
disagree.
Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a
This is
standard
so
of
bad.
methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were
Yes.
practitioners, and they weren't, I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't
Negative.
point to one article, journal, book.
Nope.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
You know, with all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I
You
have,
are.
At least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types.
Your
of
opinion,
wounds.
your personal opinion, not an
So my
expert
question
or methodology.
was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
Personal.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
Yeah, your personal experience.
And so because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
She might,
That's one
MJ.
of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although it's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to
They
assist
asked
me,
if they
yes.
could use a second one.
And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many
So mad.
other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would
Okay.
resemble this,
Okay.
but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
I did.
If you had used your training and experience and you were
Hi, Val.
certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
No, you're
When
not.
You chose to go through
Thank God you're not
differential
treating.
diagnosis. You recognize that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No,
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report
It's in my
whatsoever.
head. I
In
didn't
my
write
head.
it down.
Well,
Didn't write
aren't
it
you
down.
supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but it,
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in the report or tell anybody? So we have
So we
car
know
accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of? in the differential
self-inflicted.
diagnosis?
Yeah.
well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but there, it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, if it was important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential diagnosis, can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash,
Okay.
car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else?
John was a
No.
werewolf.
So the list, there was a list that I went
Okay.
through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Well, was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down.
Correct.
Okay. So one of those
She gets pissed.
causes of
She
these
looked like a
abrasions that you
fool.
went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes,
In fact, when you first met the
Possibly.
defense attorneys, you
He's
had an
like-
interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this
No.
case, did you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this
You don't-
general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
clarifying.
that you wanted to get involved and you made some phone calls to offer your services.
I didn't
Yep.
want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see.
Oh,
And so you learned
you
enough.
didn't want to, but you
through
thought you
your
should.
study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
This is a
I
horrible
wasn't
witness.
even sure who was claiming what at that point.
Bullshit, Mary
So
Lou.
you didn't know
Bullshit.
much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do. And I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along the case.
Yeah, just help out. Yeah.
Before you
Want to get
decided that you were
involved.
going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a
Oh,
former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died.
oh.
And I knew that there was a trial, and I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about.
Ha bullshit, Mary Lou.
No,
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it fair to say that your perspective was
Smithers.
a motor vehicle
Burns.
accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one
That's
of the
right.
reasons?
By narcotics.
Did you
All
look at the
Massachusetts.
wounds and you thought based on the accident, there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and
Yep.
other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that, and
Did you know?
exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Sorry.
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career. So I had plenty of experience.
Had you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not what I asked.
No.
What I asked you is, you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No,
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
no,
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
no,
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't happen, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
no, I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen.
Mhm.
What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr.
Yeah,
Messi.
she
Next
was.
question.
She
When
was
you
done.
first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports.
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question?
It's a voir dire.
Did I know anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was, somehow I knew that, well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was.
You wouldn't have
somehow
just
I
known
got
that
information.
unless
So the car backed up.
you read it.
The collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh.
Do
When
you
you
know
need
how
that.
far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
So it's a question, the question's proper. Let's see if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the.
I
the assumption
understand. I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked?
Too bad.
As no,
Voir dire.
I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm going to see counsel. It's happening.
Objection, Your Honor. Our witness looks like an idiot and a liar, and we can't take it anymore, Your Honor. So objection, please, or I'm just going to keep screaming objection until we talk about this. Like this look on her face, I don't understand the smugness because like your witness is being eviscerated on the stand right now and she's completely oblivious to the fact that her witness is being completely eviscerated. Like, come on. Yeah, Bev should have just told him to shut the fuck up. She should have said, counsel, I've already ruled on it. It's a perfectly good question. We're in a voir dire. She can answer it. Yeah, she was great on the stand. Yep, sure, great. He made her look like a liar. A bold-faced liar that she is. You're going to tell me that you knew that the car was backing up, but you didn't really know anything about. You would have had to read some of this case to know that she was backing up. You would have had to. Look at him, bitching and whining. Look at Alessi, bitching and whining and bitching and whining. Side huddle. She wanted to reverse her chair. I don't know, Val. I try not to get into that kind of weeds because it's like a personal thing, you know. It's not my business, and it's, you know what I mean. That's a really probably sensitive issue in their family. You know, he looks like he's crying. Yes, the judge was a public defender before. They're all bitching and whining at sidebar. Bitching and whining, bitching and whining. Well, Your Honor, I can't keep asking her these questions that she doesn't know the answers to because it makes her look like an idiot. Like, she just told him what she thought she knew about the trial, right? And then says that, oh, magically she knows the car goes in reverse. How do you know the car goes in reverse unless you read into it? So clearly you don't just know that it was just a police officer that died and it was questions about dog bites versus. You clearly knew more than what you're saying you did. Right? She's going to reverse that chair because she doesn't have a driver's license anymore. So y'all better, you know, put some... y'all in that courtroom better get some airbags and put them on your chair. The fact that she's still going to testify is amazing to me. I'm sorry, I have my audio all the way down on the, like, it's on like 19 or 20 on the mic, and I have to have it all the way up on this because then other people can't hear it. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is a replay from December, but she is on the witness list to come back, and she's going to look just as stupid as she did in the first trial, which, again, the jurors didn't buy her bullshit in the first trial. They're certainly not going to buy it now. With Hank, she did so bad. So bad. I mean, while we're waiting for them to bitch it out, I did see a $5 donation come in from the House of Beaver. Oh, no, it was from Eva. Sorry. Thank you, Eva. I appreciate you, my friend. And another one, another $25 one. I'm not going to read the name out loud because it's somebody's government name. But I appreciate you guys so much. If you'd like to make a donation to the channel and help out, this is the information. Do so on the bottom of the screen. I'm going to try to skip a little bit of this. If it's not over, I didn't realize they bitched and whined so much. So hold on a second. I know it is. Listen, that's why I love my chat so much, because the humor is on friggin' point. Like, that's my bad. I thought it said Anna, but it said Eva. That's my bad. I read it quick.
Ma'am,
Yes.
when you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding
Oh, you're welcome,
a
Amber.
car collision as the cause of these abrasions, did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I
Oh,
considered
yes. She did.
various possibilities.
Okay, what was his
What were
body
they?
position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
She doesn't know.
He used the word allegedly.
What was his body position?
I considered several possibilities. I considered if he was standing, I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple possibilities.
Was he standing?
I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was, do you?
I went through the process of what the wounds would look like in those various positions.
I see. So if John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures.
How do you know that?
From my many years of experience.
Did you do any comparison analysis
I'm dead.
of the broken tail light in Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Actually, eventually, I did.
Before you gave these opinions?
Nope.
I didn't need to because I've seen.
I didn't need to know.
Every accident is dynamic and changes, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes, but I also had that in consideration. That's why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different,
ma'am.
isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you
Probably.
can have a number of people in an accident, and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? If a car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car.
I agree.
Might be the same speed. But they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes,
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
correct,
Some people could have scratches and bruises.
correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce
None
off
yet,
the car
Patricia.
and escape without
None
scratch.
yet.
Possibly, yes.
Right. So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
Nope.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle.
You're
correct?
totally
I
welcome,
went
my
through
friend.
various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea,
Not the scenarios in your
any
head.
idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Said allegedly.
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. So you can tell us how is his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
Maestro's on X.
Again, I considered multiple scenarios.
When you did you go to the scene of where Mr. O'Keefe was found lying on the ground? Did
He
you go
did.
and visit the scene?
No,
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
When you're engaging
Oh.
in differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land
Yep.
and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of or emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident.
Exactly.
That was brought into the emergency room.
And you've
Exactly.
never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert.
A reconstruction expert? No,
You've
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle
And
accidents.
you've never gone to court and
Victims.
testified as a dog bite expert
Nope.
before this case. Yes?
I was never asked.
And so
Never
you
asked.
say what you used to do. You treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I used medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow
Know how many inches of snow were under his body?
None.
under his body.
Yeah.
No,
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged like dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several to see in my differential
Why is it
diagnosis.
skipping? Oh, I remember.
You
It's
considered all these different
Bring it
possibilities,
on.
but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
very
I didn't
arrogant.
have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or
Allie.
roots or a brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant
Do you
nearby.
know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what
Nothing.
this area of impact, alleged impact looked like, do you?
Nope.
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds. So that's
Why not?
irrelevant.
You have no idea.
Irrelevant that you didn't know.
Okay.
You have to know to rule it
Someone
out,
tell
idiot.
you what it looked like?
No.
Okay.
She makes herself look like an idiot. You have to know what's there to rule it out, genius. Yeah, it's literally the same person. Right? They're gonna have a
You said
meltdown.
that you ruled out
And I'll
car
be laughing.
accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to read your full name out
And we
loud.
agree.
Except for no skeletal broken bones.
Thank you, Alma.
And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents.
Oh, I
result in
see,
broken
okay.
bones, do they?
That's correct.
It
Yeah, I didn't want
depends
to.
on how
read
and
your.
where
It
and
shows me your full
a
name.
number of other factors in the collision. Yes,
Thank
That's
you.
why it was only one of the factors I used.
it's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between a head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car
Physics.
as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No.
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of the skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and
Yes.
hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah,
Okay.
not from an abrasion to his skull.
Right.
He didn't.
The
He didn't
abrasions
say
on
that.
His arm had nothing to do with his death.
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so, is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them being run over in the middle of the crosswalk in the middle of the car. Yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes,
Yes. And you've responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective?
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, as you go to a scene
Mhm.
and there's a collision, you certainly see things often as
Yes.
a result of the collision, don't you?
Yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car,
Right,
from the
debris from the
vehicles,
car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
You got me with that one, Barb.
Probably, I don't know if I have, but yes,
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities, yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Oh, you've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know when you review this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
Oh,
You've never given any of the information, the physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
eventually.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well, I
Whatever.
don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what you-
well, I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing.
He wasn't
where
undressed.
people are sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes.
Was
Because
Mr.
and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing. So that is possibly a cause.
In that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they
Yeah.
could, yeah.
Right, and you have a case that you've seen
No,
just like that?
I have not.
No. Okay. And so in this case, at what
Mercy.
point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Phrase it differently.
Allegedly, he was knocked out of his shoe.
At
He
what point
was.
in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor.
So, did you learn that fact?
No,
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
that's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful
Hey, Tricia.
to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
That's okay.
And my focus is injuries. The
Maestro
injuries caused by car accidents.
is
Not
brilliant
the
as
scene
well.
itself,
Right.
injuries. So that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh,
Um,
the shoe did it.
When you
Shoes
are
in on it.
excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer, if there was
Maestro
trace
blushes.
evidence
Trace evidence.
on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yeah, would you?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence, wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and chain of evidence, yes.
Right. One of the most
Oh.
formidable pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics.
And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm, did you know that there was DNA
Did you know?
on the taillight of the defendant's car?
Did you?
I did not know that.
Would you wanted to know if there was DNA, particularly would you wanted to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would
Did
you
you
want
wanna
to
know
know that in your differential diagnosis?
Sure.
That would be helpful. However,
However, yeah.
again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges. If you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
Such as?
Hair?
No.
No.
You didn't know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
No.
No.
And engaging in your differential diagnosis, considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be important to know that
They
the
do have
trace
mold.
evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on
They have molds of the
defendant's
paw
car,
as well.
in the particular area where the damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
No.
Next question.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back and the distance? Did anybody share that with you?
No.
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
Not surprised.
And
Not surprised.
you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
Yeah, the
And when
backwards
you were
fighting dog.
Using differential diagnosis and
With
thinking
thumbs.
about the potential causes of abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Too bad.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
Nope.
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and
Me either. Bree,
no car accident scenario
she's toast. Definitely.
could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights?
I've seen thousands.
Oh,
Have you done
thousands.
have you done any studies?
I-
Do you have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight
That's right.
intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Nope.
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on. It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is
Objection.
emphasized and
So funny.
special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic.
Oh, he will,
doctors.
Maestro.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body.
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body.
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body.
I never
He's
touched his
laughing.
body. I examined
No,
the
no, you
photographs that
didn't.
were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital and people are coming
See a
in telling
person.
you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Yep.
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before, when we were here the last time, about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example.
Hey, Jude.
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when
Oh.
you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right? And you assume it's true.
Oh, not always.
I
No.
see. You
No,
look and see if it's
absolutely
not.
Why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and
It
you
wasn't.
did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No.
In
Oh,
all the hundreds, thousands.
not
of
one
cases,
person lied.
Never has anybody
Stop
reported to
it.
you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers
Me too, Jane.
that it wasn't a dog bite.
I have watched it,
Not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds,
Yeah.
many other kinds of wounds.
but
People
not dog bite.
report that they occurred a certain way, and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites,
Mhm.
every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told
I
you
love
what
you.
happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Sarif? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the
I
question
guess
again,
so.
please.
Okay, did you know that
Karen
Officer Sarif reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault.
Yeah, I'll
This
take
is
care
my
of it.
fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Not like that. Did you know about this statement? This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. Did you know about this statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing the question.
No.
Let's move on.
Do you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Did you know
Nope.
about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Oh,
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly? I hit him. I hit him. Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question.
how did you learn that?
I learned that.
How did you learn that?
But that doesn't, I mean, okay,
Where did you learn that from?
I
Yep.
don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, of course not.
You said that you had experience in domestic violence cases.
Yeah,
Did you know that it's reported that
I got it,
the
Anna.
defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before?
All right, look at Sylvia.
This
Bye.
Yes, I know that.
When you were considering the the cause of these injuries,
Taking so
did you
long.
consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that maybe
I got it.
John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness, he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
We don't yet. They don't usually tell us till lunchtime and then
Because
at the end of the day.
The car did not cause those injuries.
And
They
we
did.
talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same
Where the
height as
taillight is.
taillight?
Mhm.
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries.
Uh-huh.
Side
Replay.
injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's
Replay.
different, right? And so knowing that his height matches up with the taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as the cause of injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, I see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did. And
It is a sign of what's
were there any
come.
pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in
Like
between?
bullshit.
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of
Hi, Aaron.
glass, right? When glass
They have me
shatters-
dying too. I'm just trying to
shatters
hold back.
randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So
How about, I'm sorry, please.
it depends on what kind of glass.
I want you. I
Well,
didn't mean
motor
to interrupt
vehicle
you.
glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way. It
Hmm.
creates a characteristic injuries.
If they do,
Tell me about
yes.
your experience
possibility.
with Lexus rear taillight
Yes.
coverings. What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay.
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and taillight would look like. And again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the scenario that led to the death of Mr. O'Keefe that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay. But I want to ask you about that scene that morning. Do you know how many pieces of taillight were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No.
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various pieces of taillight, yes.
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Correct.
Of different sizes.
Yeah.
Of different shapes.
Uh-huh.
Different diameters, right?
Yes, they're irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp.
Yes,
Perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
possibly. Yes.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence. You just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic, and there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah,
Any jagged parts of it from the breaking?
yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements? Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear a, no, let me finish, you can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern, no.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes.
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
Yes.
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes, and so they're not really very long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that, of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on
Okay.
study, correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
right now.
right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminal history reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh, boy. Wow. Talking about being a detective and using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence, I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire in the trial in the first Lanigan hearing. I want you to,
I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question.
when you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite. Now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, and now that you know in his very sweater with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus, does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to allow that minus the police officer, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my, my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury, yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
Yes, they could.
They could cause scratches, couldn't they? I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question. They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
And you have no studies on how abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found for trace evidence in that sweater? DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam, sweat in their mouth, correct?
I also understand that there were issues with the collection.
Well, we're going to get to your claims and see if there's any basis for it, but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you, you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth,
Yes,
sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but
Okay.
it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense,
Yeah.
yes.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No,
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes.
Before you
multiple.
discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No,
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the
People are exonerated.
Your Honor.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question. please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
Yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes,
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
And you've opined that these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes,
Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
again, there's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Remarkable would not be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
No, I disagree.
Hard to believe.
I disagree.
Okay. Now, there is no dog DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you think that in somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
No,
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm just curious, why is it so important for you to discount why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going along.
I'm aware of the many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was that happened with the production, the preservation and testing of this DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but there's, first of all, the decedent of some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it washed off?
I don't have any proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
What about the preservation claim that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item that was tainted?
I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When we're in a courtroom, you know as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not
It doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith, and in fact, that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
Oh, but you can't tell us what that was.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur. That's all. So, and any physician, even not only scientist, but physician knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
you've been through the UC Davis report.
Yes.
You've been through now you know there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right? There is an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
Okay.
She's just saying it because it's going with her opinion. That's essentially what she's saying. And she's literally telling the entire court that she's going to say whatever she has to keep that
I
opinion.
want
even
to
if it
now
sounds
turn to the
ridiculous.
actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, he did obliterate her, and he's going to again. And I don't know why they're even calling her again because it's so bad. It's literally so bad. You have to be blind, deaf, and dumb to not realize how bad this went. Even the defense knows this was bad. Yeah, the whole investigation was wrong, but they can't tell you how. She can't tell you how that it could have degraded or magically there's no DNA in any of the holes. They swabbed every hole, every single hole in the shirt. Because she's like so smart and whatnot, right?
You've seen this exhibit before.
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm.
Yes.
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
Yes.
Yep.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about.
Yeah, she just knows.
So that we can
Don't worry about it,
discuss
guys.
the different statements you've made about each wound.
She's a glass expert, a DNA expert.
The
Who
wound
knows
closest
nothing.
to the shoulder. You see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1 if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that? Remember testifying in the voir dire in this case when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
And you described that that is a pattern saying there are 2 wounds with perhaps potentially a
Bingo,
scratch in
Trevor.
the middle.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
With teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because
Me either, Kings.
when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
Oh, teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
Oh, no?
A nail, a dog's nail is shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right? The nail. And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, You expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes.
And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the
Little
wound.
reading
to
all
try
over
to
super
match
chats
up
right
with
now.
comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you
It's
would say,
amazing to me.
well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
After the voir dire, where you said that this
Honey
wound,
pipe.
number 1, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20.
No, they can't. She's not going to be allowed to say something could have gone wrong in trial. She's not going to be allowed to say that. I mean, let her, in my opinion, though. She sounds like an idiot, so let her.
Thank you.
I kid you not when I say Melanie Little is literally going through all of her super chats right now and reading only the super chats from all of these FKR people, just one after another. It pops up on my thing, and I'm like, why is this popping up on my things?
Have the same transcript
Gross.
as us?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm. You talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Line 3?
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Bingo, Amber.
Line 5 says the word photographs here.
Okay. You must have a different version than us. May I have
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3?
Does a car have teeth? No, but it has metal and glass. Yeah, exactly, Kings. I have to go to the bathroom
My copy only
real
because
quick.
There's different versions of the transcript going around. It's not going to reconcile.
What I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has. So if the court would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right, I thought Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Sherry.
If I may, I believe one copy has the sidebars and one copy does not.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her? Here you go. So at trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials,
In the process of writing my report,
which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
in the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, And and my opinion even
Because it's good. That's why it's so good.
excuse me, became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay. But things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have, in the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged. So I need to review everything. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed.
Changed? No.
Well,
It's one of the, I said teeth or claw marks.
well, it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify with specificity.
Which one is it?
Again, in the articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that
Didn't even
it's
say.
very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of the
Can't even
literature
tell
that
you.
tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing
And try to
and you change
distinguish.
your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
Mm.
That picture hasn't changed since you
Nope.
looked at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
No,
Oh.
either teeth
Yeah.
or claw marks included both of those.
So because you overlook certain things, your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
Nope.
At the trial?
Yes, at the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yeah.
This is the trial. It isn't accurate. It's
Well,
either
the-
teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now
Right.
that they are
But why do
more
you believe
likely
that then?
canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well-
Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Which is it, ma'am?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
those are, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, and to a reasonable degree of,
It's my opinion that to the reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks
Lady.
made by teeth.
You've
and
lost your
so then you
marbles.
claim that these now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, not you believe so. I want to know if you're certain
Is-
about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical
Okay.
certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different.
I don't see it as different.
Okay. Um,
Wow.
What else did you overlook in this wound when you first gave
Wow.
the opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done. Staying
I
on
mean,
this-
there's an abrasion right there in the
Right.
middle.
What's that caused by?
It could be caused by one of the incisor
Well,
teeth.
when you say it could be,
Could be.
I want you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic.
Mhm.
And teeth are not always the exact same
Right.
height.
Hey, girl.
and have the exact same configuration.
And if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could.
It could.
But you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth. No.
And do you know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you know anything about Chloe's incisors on the top and whether there's any irregularities or missing incisors? Do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
Well, When you say
I don't
nice, is
need
that
it.
when you say nice, is that a medical term of yes, it would be helpful to know that?
It could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay, so did the canine start at the teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at the here and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say they're canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me, there is no puncture.
She said puncture
There,
earlier.
there is no puncture in this one.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make
A
contact.
lot.
Not always.
A lot.
Do both jaws make contact?
It's a 3rd-prong lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls. Yes?
If there's contact, yes.
Right. And so
With both jaws.
most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
No.
It happens with frogs, right? There's
I
no
don't know
vernal
anything
pool in
about
the area.
frogs.
It
That's
doesn't
right.
happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
I did.
Yeah. And what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
Shocker.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog
They too need a refund.
would have had to not create a puncture, but
This
just
is what Hank
scrape
is
with
going to
the
do to
top
every
two
one of their
canines
witnesses.
and not anchor into anything else.
And that happens often.
No, it doesn't.
And
No,
you
it doesn't.
can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
Nope.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well, here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way. that could happen,
Chupacabras.
right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards.
Upside
Dog's mouth is
down.
Backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're
Yeah.
saying.
You see that this here, 2 teeth,
Mhm.
if the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way.
Peter and meatballs. Can I get a meatball sub? I'm starving
No,
over here.
Not even. It's backwards.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well, odd, it would be like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The dog would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites.
I believe they are, yes.
You guys are killing me
Based on
today.
just simply looking at them, and you've seen something before in your experience that makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog
Right?
bite. Or a
Losing
canine.
poundages
Nothing
today.
about this that is particular or specific.
Frog bites.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific, actually.
This pattern
Dr.
here-
Russell, don't lick
Pattern,
dogs.
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah,
There's
but you have
nothing-
to take things in context.
We're going to go through all of them, and then we can talk about all of them in context together. Because I know what you said at the last hearing, but I'm talking about these. There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or
dirty,
endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those 2
Right.
abrasions,
We're a hilarious bunch.
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were a dog.
Well, it's not difficult. There would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. If
You
it was
were-
difficult, it wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing
Bueller.
about these. That's just dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
What the?
There's a.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection!
Shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to
So
do?
when you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and
I'm
Mr.
bad?
Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court.
I'd like to see the court at sidebar. Stop screaming objection, you douche nozzle. I mean, I feel like she probably licked frogs before this and she's hallucinating because she is being effing eviscerated right now. And this is just what's going to happen when trial starts again. This is what Hank is going to do to every single one of their shit experts that want to lie to be a part of this, her being one of them. He's going to take them apart piece by piece by piece. Like, literally. Also, thank you, Jennifer, for the $20 donation to Venmo. I started a little while ago, but I want to talk over this. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel, this is the information on how to do so. She's taking them back to sidebar. At the bottom of the screen. Cashapp, Venmo, PayPal, we appreciate it. There's also 421 people watching. Lots of you from the bushes. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you already haven't. Share the video. I would really appreciate it. That's the only way we survive over here is, when you guys share the video with other people who don't know we existed, and donations. Like that's how we keep bringing you this content and the trial itself. And it's going to be long 6 to 8 weeks every day. And thank you, Aviana. I didn't know if you wanted to be named, but I cannot wait for that thing to come from my chair today because my butt and my legs, my hips are killing me. And I just keep dreaming about how much better it's going to be with that on my chair when it comes today. She'll start sundowning around 4. Like, I literally probably haven't laughed as much, and you guys always make me laugh in forever. This chat is wild today. I couldn't get more LOLs if I tried. We are a pretty funny bunch. I'm not going to lie. Like, she will not control her face in front of the jury. We know this. Thank you, Allie. We appreciate it. We actually have an amazing community of really smart people here from all walks of life, and I'm pretty proud of that. Yeah, it was kind of boring. I think Hank said he wasn't going to do like the Aruba thing, but I guess we'll find out, right? It is the best chat. I do say it is the best. You guys are the best. Literally the best. I should probably check and make sure. Oh my God. It's going to be such a help. Such a help. I appreciate you more than you know. Like, I'm glad Freak made me make that wish list because then I wouldn't have the pad, right? So, but I appreciate you for finding it in my Discord and purchasing me the pad. It's going to be super comfy. I cannot wait. Well, that's very true, Jude. You make a very valid point, my friend. A very valid point. Like,
All rise to the court, please.
oh God, she's on right now. Melanie Little's on right now reading endless super chats from the FKR people. It popped up on my screen when I went to go check my email to make sure I didn't need to thank anybody for a PayPal. And she pops up and on YouTube when I was closing out the YouTube to get to my email, and she's endlessly reading off super chats right now. My wish list is on on my Discord. It's in my Discord. Freak can pop the link into the chat if you're not already in the Discord. We have such a smart bunch. We do. I know. I need to be comfy because I'm going to tell you it's going to be very long days, like extremely long. I still need to figure out what I'm doing about lunch for all these days. I can't prep my meals like some of you have brilliantly done. I wouldn't have time for that. But yes, someone sent me a $50 gift card to Dunkin' Donuts the other day, which I'm going to use for food because we all know I love my Mary Lou's News. That's my coffee place. But I'm going to use it for my breakfast because I never have time to eat breakfast. What is happening? Why is that doing that? Right? She said she knows nothing about frogs. Frozen pizza. I love pizza. That meatball sub sounded really good too. I'm not going to lie. Now you guys got me thinking about a meatball sub that I want. Well, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but I've studied law for long enough that I'm pretty good, and I know a pretty good amount. So, I mean, can't be an attorney channel, but I can be a non-attorney channel. Hold on, let me see if I can skip over this little debacle here. Fanny the Fan, y'all. There's Fanny. I wonder if we're going to see Fanny this time or Patience the Clock. What do you guys think? Patience the Clock or Fanny the Fan? What's it going to be? Here we go. Back to Hank. No update on the jurors yet.
Dr. Russell, we were talking about these two scratches or abrasions.
Yay,
as
Anna.
wound one. I want to continue asking some questions about wound one. And I had asked you, now that your position is that these were caused by the canines of the dog, was it the upper or lower?
Thank you, Joan.
Canines?
You're welcome.
I can't tell 100%.
I am not.
Well, not 100%. What's your
Wish.
opinion? Are these upper or lower canines?
I believe they're upper canines.
Okay. And why do you believe these are upper canines as opposed to lower canines?
Because when the mouth of the dog opens and attacks, it's usually the upper canines that grasp first.
Nope, my objection. That's a good one. Matt Timpanic, he's also
You're saying
good.
because there's an absence on the other side that this must be the upper canines? Is that your logic?
I'm saying because it's usually the
Thank
uppers
you,
that
Amber.
grasp first.
There's nothing in methodology or comparative study that would tell you that these are consistent with upper canines. You're just deducing that based on there's only one pattern instead of two?
There's nothing that makes it definitive, correct?
Well, not just definitive. There's no cues. There's no clues. There's nothing here that says to a person or even an expert, these are caused by canine teeth.
Well, the other consideration is if the victim was trying to defend himself.
What?
It's the upper canines that would impact first on that surface of the arm.
What if the victim was defending himself from a 6,000-pound car?
Bingo.
That'd be a different type
I
of
don't
wound
believe
than
this is not caused by a car.
So what evidence you have that the victim was defending himself, which caused the shape of wounds?
Again, it's very common for someone who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs, the neck, head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question, what identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these two scratches here. What objective evidence do you have based on methodology, comparative analysis? What evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Again, the methodology is that I looked at the overall pattern of the wounds on the arm, not just those two wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite.
Nope.
Without looking at the whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to, you have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies.
Nothing.
You would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's
Nope.
consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins or ends?
I would have loved to,
And
but
Krowski, yeah.
If I could just finish, I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
There's nothing that you know of in any dog science that canines, when they bite, they open or close or get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it, for that dog, yes.
Right. That's how.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes,
Assuming they're
Because
healthy.
you don't know if they're healthy of teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
correct.
Okay.
Dog science. Woof woof, bitches.
And you're not saying there's any punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive puncture.
Or
Nope.
do you see a puncture that's not definitive?
Give me seventh hand embarrassment, bro, for her.
At the very lower aspect of the photo, this area is not well defined.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out, as we just spoke about, because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way.
Correct.
And if
That's
it's going
making
this
it-
way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be.
Why can't you rule it out?
Well, not does not make sense. It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
Me either. They're so stupid, but please
Depends on
do.
the position of
Put her on
the
the stand.
victim.
A dog's arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim.
No.
And the dog's canines are not going to move
Nope.
depending on the position of the victim.
Nope.
That's right, but if he's bending over and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change, the wound can have
be in a different place.
appearance than what you would expect.
Let's move on to.
I would if I was her.
which
Doesn't
I'm
seem like she's gonna
identifying
though.
as These two.
I'd back out.
Linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom.
Huge mistake is right.
You've testified about
To let
this
her
wound number
testify
two,
again.
although you didn't characterize it as wound number two, right?
Yes,
Okay. When you first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number two, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Teeth or claws.
Okay.
Or
Now at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I think they're stupid
not
enough to
sure.
call her again, Amber.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay. And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes,
And now definitively, you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
definitively, I cannot say that. They
Okay.
still could be scratches. There's a possibility that two adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail
Right,
scratches
or-
or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
Oh yeah, they're paying her.
When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it?
Nope.
I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what day?
Sorry, the last hearing date is the thickest of the three. Yes, it's page 101, line 13.
This will be on later. Once I'm not live anymore, it stays on my YouTube. You can always find it on my YouTube by clicking the same link you clicked on to get here. Or you can just search Twisted Tragedies on YouTube and go to live, and the last one will pop up there.
Okay.
You're totally welcome. This is just a taste of what it's going to look like in trial, and I want everybody to get an idea of
That's
exactly
the
how
wrong
this is
site,
going to
so-
go with Hank.
got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You are unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Right. Can't tell you which
I
one.
believe I did.
Okay, so
Teeth.
your position from the voir dire and from the trial
Either.
testimony changed regarding this
Does.
when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing.
I still think that they are probably teeth,
Still think
but
probably.
but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these?
Ah,
One of them, one set of these could be canine, one part of this and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set.
Interesting.
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes.
Pickle chip.
So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mhm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail
Yep.
marks.
Paw
Yeah.
marks, yeah.
So your testimony
Yeah.
that you offered the jury
Yeah,
in this
see, she doesn't
case
even know.
was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it
Right.
was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, well, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
No, I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed.
Mhm.
You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial.
Uh-huh.
At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Mm.
Okay, so ask the question differently
Okay.
without the commentary.
You're saying now this is not scrape claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Now,
She doesn't know.
that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing.
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth.
Oh,
on
you
it.
guys should go for a pint.
It's not a definite, it's not in and of itself, that set of abrasions it's not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
Okay. And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard in the industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there. And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate,
Now,
yeah.
you never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Yeah, she's been confused since
Personally,
day
no.
one. She's fully
Did you know he was Irish? Light skin,
Makes sense with that
Yeah.
name.
freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No,
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes,
Moles.
same as these all over the body.
oh,
Aren't
you're a
they?
doctor?
Do you think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds, you could be mistaken for just his skin
Freckles.
and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or
Birthmark.
moles?
I don't believe so. particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the
They don't mold.
skin blemishes be there before any
Yep.
abrasions?
They don't move.
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Wouldn't you have wanted to?
Okay, so to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top two that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I mean, would
You're
you say it
saying-
again?
you're
I'm
saying
Irish
These are either dog
and
bites or
Spanish.
scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not
Mhm.
sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these two are telling you that this is a dog bite?
Such a hot
I
mess.
think I said it already previously, that they're parallel. They're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
Right.
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Complete.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as the reason why you think this was a
She just said that.
dog bite. You said these aren't
That is
skin, these are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites.
No.
If you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bite?
Yep.
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay.
Same thing, bitch.
So
They're different.
the punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yep.
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull,
And the
to create a laceration and pull.
and a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is, a punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these two linear abrasions? What science, what comparative
None.
analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth
It's part of the pattern,
of this whole pattern?
of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number one, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion
Nope.
to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that
Nope.
this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
That
And this-
lesion by itself.
And there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
You mean the horseshoe shape of the jaw?
No, the
of a
dog's nail.
The
dog's
nail.
nails.
You idiot.
paw nail,
Toenail.
toenail?
Yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical degree of
She's an idiot.
certainty, you
A
need to
literal
put
idiot.
everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature
No.
that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is.
No.
In medicine, you don't just look at one complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So
You're an
agree with my
embarrassment to
statement,
medicine,
what I
lady.
just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific with regards to.
I don't know why I can only let her. This was a
the
disaster.
wound
She had
itself,
no
without
letter,
looking
but
at the
sure.
entire arm. There's nothing about these three
she's not credible. Go ahead.
you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Yeah, there's good
I
dogs and
disagree.
bad
I
ones.
think the
He's a
combination
bad one.
of the punctate lesions right there and there,
Mhm.
along with
Sign
the
signal.
linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that show
Bingo.
that a scratch like this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these three scratches?
Oh yeah.
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read
No.
have
The ones I've read.
pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures
Always
of
tell me.
multiple lesions, they're may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
Maybe she did allow her
You
for
can't
LOLs.
tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches. So is there anything specific about them that can lead you to a reasonable conclusion,
take
to
a
a
fist
reasonable
if I were
degree of
her.
medical certainty that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Little is still reading her super chats.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these three, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3.
That's right, Ian.
Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first two. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Should ask for that
So
immunity
wound
now.
3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yeah, Melanie
I
Little
wanna
still
ask you
reading
some
super
questions, and
chats.
What I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3,
So
4,
sad.
and 5, so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
It's because she's an idiot.
Yes,
Barb.
but again, any one little tiny part of the component of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury, that you need opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? I'm gonna
That
allow
is
you to
unfair.
answer.
That's incorrect.
It wasn't
Unfair?
until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
Yep.
That is incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah, the shoe
So,
and the bell.
looking at these
She
wounds,
said
wound
we're
number
missing that we're
3,
not.
and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay?
Probably.
Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions, and you were saying they were consistent
She's
with
still at it.
teeth or claw marks?
Okay,
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay, well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
It's a donation,
It's
Carolyn.
gone. I don't have it for that.
People make
We'll have to get you.
on YouTube when your channel's monetized. People apparently appreciate her ridiculous
Yes.
content when she lies
Thank
to
you.
them, I guess.
Thank you very much.
I don't have monetization on. I had to reapply for mine because the FKR people attacked my channel with fake false reports.
What page?
That one's not right either.
Oh, we have lots of fun with the ARCA guys.
No,
Could be just entertainment at this point.
okay. Well, let me withdraw that question. Did you testify previously that these are consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Me too, Amber.
Did I testify when?
Previously?
Yeah, I know.
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have a different opinion today whether these are teeth or claw marks?
Income you can get when you don't get attacked by
Do
idiots.
you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks,
Oof.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
all of them.
You think all 3 are teeth
Likely
marks? Do you think
all
a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Push it.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, You claim these two dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
It is a circus, that's for sure.
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be two, this also could be 2 separate bites, but if these are canines, they usually
Thank
would
you,
start
Carolyn.
on the, based on this picture, the upper
Right,
or
Ally?
higher area and pull down.
They would have to start up and pull down if that was a arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that there's
How do you know that?
movement.
How do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, man.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
Could be a murder of
Because
crows.
it's normal human behavior that if you're,
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
No, you don't.
again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, can you answer that question, Doctor?
basing it on normal human behavior.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's incorrect.
And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, intercanine distance. That's what you're referring to, the intercanine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two? Is wider than the difference between wound number 1 when you said it was 2 canines?
You mean these this mark here?
These ones?
Versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 1 on wound 3, number 1, number 5. You said these could be canines.
Making
You
his
notice
thumb.
the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines. Do you notice the difference
Bingo.
in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between
Sorry,
this
Eva.
tooth and that tooth? That's I think what you're asking me is the intercanine
Exactly.
distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
Right?
Is that a new one?
What?
No, that's
Okay.
well known in medical literature.
Let's just look at simple
What?
math or size. The distance
Actually
between
not.
these two wounds is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in room number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these two wounds that are closer to one another than they appear here, because the arm is partially extended here and skin moves.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe this is not a full bite. There is no penetration.
That was
significant
werewolf.
Penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial round small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, what teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. And so your opinion at trial is these 4 could all be canines?
Which 4?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures, or punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites. Where you have canine puncture wound, punctate lesion from the, so upper canines, lower canines. And then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of wounds.
And you have nothing to compare it to either.
No.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4-set upper and lower canine and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious?
Shut her up. Shut her up quick,
With all due
Justin.
respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. You cannot make a generalization.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay. If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or a claw.
Not 100%, correct.
Not
They
even
did not-
100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree
Not
of
yet, Ed.
medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Did you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alisi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries? And you said it's possible.
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well?
Objection, Your Honor.
My opinion about reasonable degree of medical certainty is about the whole arm, the configuration, the pattern of the whole arm, and not any one individual wound.
Wound 4 up here. What do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was
Definitely
there before.
neither,
Had to have been something,
since no doctor
right?
on the planet except this one would
Probably
say such
related to
a
the
ridiculous
dog,
thing.
Yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound And then all these came from the dog attack, and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them.
That's correct. I don't
Right.
think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe
They're
was caused
bringing in an
by the
expert,
broken shards of glass
says
from
it's
the
neither.
taillight during an alleged collision, but the other ones were from something totally different? Do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
I don't know what that means. It has a vertical orientation. How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes,
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
Correct.
No, because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth or
Okay.
or claw, most likely.
Could have been caused by the ground?
I doubt it, considering.
Right.
Again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the lesions.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you, if a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
Yep.
It depends on how much penetration.
Does not depend.
Yes, it depends on how strong the bite is, how much penetration, it gets through the clothing, into it, clothing that's on the intervening, between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm. If this was a dog attack, as you claim, that means the teeth and or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand
It's not a canine dog.
with a straw in the glass?
I'm aware that there was a glass in his hand.
And you're aware when he was found by the
Not
side
bite
of the
or
road,
scratches, Ed. Sorry to tell you.
that glass, the broken part of the glass was right near him with the straw?
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes,
Okay. And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass, right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
Definitely.
I don't know if he was holding onto the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the
But
evidence
it's
that he
not
supposedly
a
was
canine as
holding
in
the
a
glass.
police
Wouldn't the
canine.
dog
It's a
attack
regular domestic
rip
dog.
that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
They don't
There are
bite the
many
same.
possibilities here.
Genius.
He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Hey,
And so clue number
Penny.
5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes,
And you said it looks like an arch.
it does to
Okay.
me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I thought the arch was on the bottom. But by bottom, I mean what we call proximal part of the arm. So here, right here is where I think the arch is.
And if this is an arch and these are dog bites.
They don't bite
these
the
would
same.
be
That's completely
canine.
false.
They could be, however.
They're taught to bite differently. Police
I
dogs.
can't rule out that this is, because of the curvature of
That's
the arm,
correct.
I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this is a different angle than here,
Thank you, Jesse.
right?
2.
But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm.
That bites.
And it's got it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're
The
saying,
ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, Penny, they are.
It's got the ulnar bone. So
Okay.
a wound to that area is going to look different than
I know, right?
a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different. If these are canines, obviously it's a different dog or something else that caused it because the distances are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur. And I didn't say that those are definitely two canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on those occasions?
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right.
Nope.
Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because
it's a mechanical
that
dog.
was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have exhibit 32, please?
Danger, Will Robinson.
Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes.
Okay. And this is allegedly a dog bite from Chloe?
Yes.
And you see the tearing of the skin, don't you?
Yes.
And you can see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture. Yes?
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes, I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold and a pull, right?
No.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is
Yeah, it is.
consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay. Very different wound than we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
Correct.
Okay. We can go back to T5, please. Now, your opinion that this is a dog attack.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No.
Nope.
You would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
She's an expert because she read some
I
stuff.
don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion based. It's subjective based. The science of dog bites, isn't it?
Yep.
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion too, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty.
There is some, yes.
Right. And being that type of science.
Exactly, Ian.
Haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you?
That you have another qualified professional look at it
And peer review it.
question and vet whatever opinions you're giving.
Yep.
Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed?
You mean
findings?
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential and I didn't share. this
Rather
information.
confidential.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds are 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7
Karen's a horrible
centimeters
person, Carolyn.
were
That's why.
documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not get that, but.
Did you say you did get that?
No, I did not get that.
Oh,
However, I have a comment about that.
Please.
Not very not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites.
Oh, they don't have
seeing
that.
hundreds and thousands of
Right.
dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So
Oh, you're
although,
special.
some physicians have certain opinions based on, based on what they know. They don't have my experience. I'm
Do you
sorry.
know if Mr. Walsh has your experience or not?
I don't know, who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government, do you know if he had your experience or
What's
not?
his name?
Mr. Walsh,
No,
John Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more experience for all you know.
Oh, I'm highly unlikely.
Okay, you have more experience than anybody in the country.
Yeah.
I think I have at least as much experience as any other possible person in the country.
Oh.
And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
No, you
Did you
don't.
review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. Who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
Yes, they can retry as many
If you
times as
look,
they
I
want.
believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that
So-
a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all. You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
But you don't know any other
Is
experts.
I'm sorry.
You have no peer review. You have no peer endorsement. Everything that you have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show
Totally
these
welcome.
pictures to anyone.
When you're giving
don't know.
opinions about
Sorry.
the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bend, things you
I don't know the record
really
number.
about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
Right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree of medical
Right.
certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between
I'll check
your
on
teeth
that.
and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay.
Oh,
And,
please.
if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian
Mhm.
to sedate the patient, the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous.
Why?
They'd have to sedate the dog to measure.
Did you say that
that
did someone?
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the dog,
Uh-huh.
and then you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right?
Mhm.
Yes? You've read that in the
One-
literature.
yeah,
The
one-
best
yeah,
way to
one could.
I'm sorry.
There's only one person.
You've read in the literature,
Chloe
the
would
best
be in
way to
danger.
compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth.
I
You
am
know how
still
valuable
going.
that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds.
It isn't?
But did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question.
No.
My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see
I
the distance
am-
between the canines. And you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm back, bitches. I am still here, Jack. Yeah, I think Chloe would be the one in danger in this scenario, not Dr. Russell. The ridiculous assertion she makes to try to make the dog sound like the dog's. I'm sorry, did the dog kill John, as you're claiming, lady? No, he didn't. So why would it be ever so dangerous? The shit she says is ridiculous. But they did go and get the molds of Chloe's mouth. That is his point, because he's already gotten the molds. So his point is, wouldn't you want to see those? Wouldn't you want the defense to go down there and get the molds as well? And so that you could look at them? Because then what's going to happen is she's going to say, yeah, sure, whatever. And what she ends up saying later on is, no, it didn't matter. She doesn't need to see them. But she just said it would be helpful, no? It's amazing to me. This lady has backtracked on every single thing she has said. She's a terrible fucking witness. And If I was Karen, this would be a very nervous laugh, not a funny laugh, because your expert just tanked hardcore. Yeah, straight out lying, just straight out lying. Like, I just can't. Thank you, Carolyn. I try not to drop too many F-bombs these days because, some people don't like it, but holy shit, this lady's a fucking disgrace to everything that is medicine or expert opinions because she can't even concede to a single thing. And her ego is so inflated that she belongs next to Karen in the sewer turtle. Because you're going to tell me nobody else on planet Earth has more experience than you because you read a couple articles that had some things about dog bites in them. They weren't even about dog bites, period. They just had some things that talked about dog bites in there. So you're, and you've seen dog bites. So like, you're just an expert on that, right? Well, then fuck, I'm an expert of the law then. Been studying it for 26 years of, prior work in a prison where I had to sit in on court hearings for people. And I also have sat in on court hearings long before that to learn about the justice system. So, I mean, I guess that I'm a fucking expert too then, huh? Shit. Exactly. When it's like, like, oh, the bite mold, it exists. It's there. Like, you know? Exactly. And Chloe's got a good life now. She gets to run until her heart explodes if she wants to, you know? Yeah, she's definitely a disgrace to the emergency room and all that you guys do. And I think she's retired. I don't think she works in it anymore, thank God. Yeah, she clearly does not know what the fuck she's talking about. Yeah, people saying Chloe's not alive, they're completely brain dead. She's very much alive. How do you think he got the molds? Like, yeah, it's either dog teeth or dog claws or, but nothing else. Can't be anything else. But she doesn't know if it's teeth or claws. She looks like an idiot. She's just an utter idiot. That's the other thing. The dog bite expert is going to absolutely make her look like an idiot as well. Like, yeah, they could just produce any dog. That's for sure. You know? What they should have done is just given her a mold of any dog and said it was Chloe's and see what she did with it. See if she forced it to fit, you know? You know? Interesting. While we're waiting on this shenanigan to end, if you want to do me a favor, because we're at 481 viewers, if you guys want to hit the like button, the subscribe button, maybe share the video with people who don't know we exist. And if you can, of course, only if you can, a donation to the channel because we don't get super chats and super stickers and all that. We're still waiting on YouTube to like, okay, that. But if you want to donate to the channel, you can these three ways: Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. There is a ticker at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to pull the big one down. At the very below that one, below the big one, there's a little one with all the information on it. Yeah, they don't. It's not the same as humans. Well, I mean, she's an expert, but she's never read about how bite marks are junk science in and itself. So that intrigues me. If she was an expert, she would have read that study as I read that study years ago. Most people who know true crime did read that study, you know? So I find it funny. Right? Well, they're using this testimony, and they're not dog bites or scratches, so she's just gonna look like a fool, really. But I guess all more power to her for looking like a fool because she refuses to concede anything. She didn't have even a quarter of the evidence. You didn't know that the taillight was in his clothes and that wouldn't change your opinion. I mean, come on. For any expert to say that, you just become instantly not credible, you know? Yeah, she's angry. It doesn't? If you're holding a glass or you throw a glass or when you're hit, the glass smashes. It doesn't make sense. It actually makes perfect sense. Especially if you have more than one glass. Yeah, that would be good if they did without the photographs. Like, but unfortunately, the photographs are the proof, I guess. That's why they, publish them. But I agree with you on that. They're very grim, that's for sure. My God, they're taking a long time. Can I just let's see. Let's see how long exactly they take. Jesus. All right, we're gonna
Size of Chloe's jaw, you could measure it.
go here. Within 30 seconds or so, he starts again. Yeah, I just fast forwarded. He's almost done. Hank's almost done, and then I think Alessi gets up there, and nobody wants to hear his mouth again. We've already seen it. I just figured we'd show everybody how Hank is going to do his cross-examinations, and it's not going to be nice for some of these people, that's for sure, especially the ones lying out of their teeth, because it's going to be fairly easy to tell that they're lying through their teeth, just so that they're right.
All right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me see how far.
Dr. Russell,
I'm done by now, but
when you're examining these separate wounds and the distances and the depths between them, and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
If you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
That's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
nope.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's
Possibly.
jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what gape of.
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of, or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold,
Right, a mold.
or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that that would be useful.
Well, if you think that some of these
She's not sure.
wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a regular
course.
basis. And the distance between
I'll check.
the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state. So that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study
Why?
the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's an abnormal toenail,
Right.
for instance. Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures or measure the teeth of Chloe?
No.
Did you ask to?
No, it was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was necessary.
You thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe in doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Bingo.
Did you know that was going to allow? Did you know that, Doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Poor Chloe.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of the various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage, there's various factors.
Chloe, it's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
No. You said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
They
In the
have
spirit
those.
of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally,
But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe.
They have bite patterns from
I don't
before he
think it's
died.
necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
list
you for
them.
your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Leslie, go right ahead.
All right. That's that. We're not going to listen to that fucking schmo ask stupid questions, and it doesn't make her look any better. I'll tell you that much. You guys can finish that if you want a different time. Well, there you have it, folks. That's exactly what Hank Brennan is going to do when it comes to cross-examinations in this case. And he leaves no stone unturned. Let's just throw that out there. If you're lying, he's going to draw it out and make you look like a fool, as he did in this case with Maria Russell. Why you would have her testify again as the defense, I don't freaking know. But please do let her, implode on the stand. That's just totally fine with me. She imploded the first time on the stand. She's going to implode the second time. She's now changed things that she said in the first trial. So there's that. Thank you, Jack, for the $10 donation while all that was going on. I appreciate you, my friend. So yeah, I've been 4 hours, 53 minutes. I'm going to end this. I love your stinking faces. Please, on your way out, all 478 of you, minus the hate watchers, make sure that you hit the like button, the subscribe button, send the video to other people who don't know we exist. People are finding us every day. If you are on my replay crew, we love you guys just as much. I'm sorry you missed the live. I'm going to figure out something to do at night so that some people can join in. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'm working on it. If you want to donate to the channel, if you do so when I'm not live anymore, I will read it tomorrow. This is how you do so: Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys later. Bye.